I'll solve it. Check out the hook while my DJ performs it.
Ice, ice, baby! Ice, ice, baby!
I'll solve it.
Yeah.
Check out the hook while my DJ performs it.
Rockefeller, we invite you to something epic, you know? Where we hustle out of a sense of hopelessness, sort of a desperation. Through that desperation, we come addicted, sort of like the fiends we accustomed to serving. Where we feel we have nothing to lose, so we offer you, well, we offer our lives. What do you bring to the table? Watching every nigga watching me closely. My shit is butter for the bread, they wanna toast me. I keep my head, both of them where they supposed to be. Holes that get you sidetracked and clap from close feet. I don't sleep, I'm tired, I feel wired like codeine. These days a brother gotta admire me from 4 fiends away. My pain when shit was quick to see. From selling cane to brains was fried to a fricassee. Can't lie, at the time it never bothered me. At the bar getting my dog on properly. My squad and me lack of respect for authority. Laughing hard, happy to be escaping poverty. However brief, I know this game got valleys and peaks. Expectation for dips, for precipitation, we stack chips hardly. The youth I used to be, soon to see a million, no more. Big Willie, my game is grown, prefer you call me William. Illin' for revenues, wait for lemon like Channel 7 News, round 7 Jews, head dead in the mic. Forgetting all I ever knew, convenient amnesia. I suggest you call my lawyer, I know the procedure. Lock my body, can't trap my mind easily. Explain why we adapt to crime. I'd rather die enormous than live dormant, that's how we own it. Live at the main event, I better trip them out, we own it. Presidential suites, my residential for the weekend. Confidentially speaking in code since I sent you beacon. The NXS rental, don't be fooled, my game is mental. We both out of town, dawg. What you trying to get into? Viva, Las Vegas, see ya later at the crab tables. Meet me by the one that starts a G up. This way no fraud willies present, gambling they re-up. And we can have a pleasant time sipping margaritas. Can I live?
What you talking about?
Can I live?
What you talking about?
My mind is infested with sick thoughts that circle like a Lexus. If driven wrong, it's sure to hurt you. Dual level like duplexes. In unity, my crew and me commit atrocities like we got immunity. You guessed it, manifested in tangible goods. We don't lease, we buy the whole car. It's you shit.
See little shit like that
Confederation, detonation.
lets me further know what it is you really do.
Yo, yo, yo. Yo, yo, yo. Yo, 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 yo. Yo, yo, yo. Yo, yo, yo. Yo, yo, yo. Yo, 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 yo. What it do, y'all? What it do, y'all? I'm the host with the motherfucking most. Chill motherfucking Murry. You are now tuned to Live from the Spot. Shout out to everybody tuned in, not tuned in. You know how we do and how we rock. I know I sound good now because I'm in the yellow right now. I just don't like how I sound on the other mic. I don't like how I sound on the camera mic, pretty much. So, I'm not gonna be screaming, of course, but at the same time, I don't have to scream anymore because the mic levels sound great now. Because number one, I had to fix it so I can talk directly into it. Number two, I had to fix the levels again. So, I'm going back to this mic for right now because, like I said, I don't like how the other mic sounds. I just don't like how the camera mic sounds. It sounds distorted. I pay too much for this goddamn equipment. So I'm going back to my regular mic. Y'all should be able to hear me fine now. Hopefully, y'all should be able to hear me fine now. Icon Vonnie, what's going on? Hippie TV, what's going on? Princess Cherie, what's going on? Madman 90, what's going on? Teresa Jackson, what's going on? Yes, yes, yes. Kendrick is definitely in spiritual warfare mode right now. We're going to get into that in a second. And yeah, I had to play the Can I Live. We're going to start this off on the right foot. We're going to start this off on the right foot, but it's going to take a turn left, unfortunately, because of someone is, all right, we'll just get into it. We got started off with, of course, a condolences to the Gotti family. Irv Gotti has been pronounced dead. I think it was about an hour ago. Rest in peace to Irv Gotti. My condolences to him and his family. I know Jai's definitely feeling it right now. Ty's feeling it right now. Hell, my stepdad Mitch is definitely feeling it right now because he definitely was good friends with Irv as well. Hippie TV, what's going on? Yeah, I just seen what they just posted too about it. 100 beats per second to was it hands on or no hands CPR or something like that. But yeah, my condolences out to Irv Gotti, his family. We might as well just get into that first. We might as well go there first. All right. And let me know if y'all can or can't hear me. Like I said, I'm looking at the levels right now. They're usually a lot lower than what they usually are, so I can tell I'm actually in good spaces right now. And I'm just glad I don't have to overexert myself right now. So to sound okay. So Irv Gotti is dead at the age of 54. Earlier they said that he had was hospitalized and on life support because he had suffered a stroke. Now, I do remember when he was talking about it on Drink Champs that he had suffered an actual stroke, but I still didn't understand the ramifications of what exactly it entailed. So a while ago they had the pictures. So Whack 100 a while ago put up pictures of Irv Gotti walking with a cane. So I can still find it. Yeah. So this one right here. Thank you, Teresa. Thank you for letting me know. All right. So they put up a They put this picture. Irv Gotti put up this. Whack 100 had put up this picture here of walking with the OG today. So pretty much, I guess, Irv spends a lot of time. Whack 100 spends a lot of time with Irv's family. I noticed Whack is a publicist for a lot of people behind the scenes. He's not just a manager. He's more of a he's a manager / publicist for a lot of people behind the scenes. So this is one of those situations where, like I said, he was, of course, walking with Irv, I guess, after therapy or after some session. And, of course, 50 Cent couldn't help but troll, as he always does. Damn, homie, in high school, you was the man. Homie, what the fuck happened to you? I want Irv to get well so he can have to watch my next wave. LOL, Brands Cognac. And like I said, 50 that's just 50, But when the news broke today, he took the trolling to a different level, I think. He took the trolling a little bit too far. Now, I'm not going to say too far. Let me take that back. So let me just show you here. So he had the original post from when Irv was on the life support. It says Irv Gotti on. This is how I knew. Is when I saw Irv Gotti's. When I saw this post from 50. Damn, I wanted him to see my next shows, yo. To see my new shows, yo. This is Irv Gotti on life support, friends and family saying their goodbyes. Like I said, that was how I knew. So I didn't understand what I was reading. So I was like, okay. I remember before seeing Irv sick and looking very sickly and skinny on Drink Champs. And I said, okay, I get where this is coming from. I just hope it doesn't go to the extent that it might. Hours later, we get at 6:53, they report he's dead at 54. Now, then 50, of course, does what 50 Cent does and puts out this post. Sitting there with looks like a hookah and a chalice, look like he just freshly bought. Looks like a freshly bought hookah. With a RMP, with a RIP in the back there. It looks like 4. I don't know if that's for, I guess, 4 of his people, 4 ops. Of course, that's the wrong Roman numeral, but 50 didn't finish school. He has a RIP tombstone in the back with the caption, "I'm smoking on that Gotti pack. Nah, God bless him. LOL." And see, I'm glad someone put this context too. The Hall of Fame 2050, for those that don't understand, Irv was down with the people that tried to kill him in front of his grandma's house. What do y'all expect from him? And that's the part that I keep trying to explain to people. John, what's going on? What's going on? So this is the part that I keep trying to explain to people. 50 Cent is going to mock Irv Gotti, of course, even in death. Just for that simple fact alone, that when 50 got shot 9 times, Irv, yes, I don't have to say allegedly anymore, Irv was a part of the situation with Preem. So I understand completely where 50 is coming from. It is at the wrong time that he's doing this, but I completely understand. Put yourself in 50 Cent's shoes as far as if you were shot 9 times. Imagine if you were the one shot 9 times in front of your grandmother's house and you know who did it. And every day you had to see this person in the news and in the media smiling. Imagine if you had to be that. Imagine if you were 50 Cent with those bullet wounds in you. At the same time, that same person tried to kill you a second time, stabbing you. Trying to fight it with his artists. Yes, that's the thing. 50 will mock all of his oppositions. At the same time, this is a little bit different when you're mocking someone in death. But I get it because it is 50 Cent and Irv Gotti. This is no different than if something happened to Ja Rule tomorrow. Or if something happened to Preem tomorrow, you would really see how 50 feels. But this is pretty much 50 just being not classic 50. This is 50 being honest 50. If we're being real, this is 50 being honest 50 here. Because he's not trying to fake rest in peace, my condolences. Nah, listen, y'all tried to kill me more than once. Literally tried to kill me. So pardon me if I am not in mourn with everybody else. At the same time, I send my condolences to, like I said, the Gotti family, because on the other side of the fence, there is still a man that was a father. There's still a man that was a husband, I guess. There was still a man and a friend at the end of the day. There was a brother, okay? So you have to still be mindful of that, as well as he was still a loved person. He still did things for people. He still did. Irv did more good for people than he did bad. At the end of the day, he tried to do more good for people than he did bad. So I can definitely understand where, like I said, on the other side of the fence, you have to have some compassion and say, my condolences to Irv Gotti, because the amount of classic music that he gave to the industry as well. That's why I played Can I Live. There's so many records that we have out here in the industry that if we didn't have a Irv Gotti, we wouldn't have those records. Tales was a phenomenal project that he was working on. Tales was a phenomenal series of many movies that he was working on. Phenomenal series. I'm mad that it actually got cut because it sounds like he was trying to get deeply into certain things that happened in hip hop for real that he couldn't necessarily. That's what it sounds like to me. I always thought about that too. Was Irv trying to tell people something inside those Tales movies that pretty much would have gotten him ill? Because Irv all of a sudden got the diabetes and had the strokes and all that just a little bit post that Tales from that Tales series pretty much got clipped. Lulu, what's going on? Pretty much post when that Tales show got clipped, the announcement of the stroke and the diabetes. All of a sudden, there was no more Irv doing shows and whatnot. So I'm like, okay, I see what could potentially be happening here, but let me just keep my third eye open, and then later down the line, we have this happening because it happened too quick. It happened just too quick. That's what's catching me off guard. It just happened too quick. It don't go from you having a stroke 5 months, then another 5-6 months later, all of a sudden you on life support. The day of you on life support, they just call the curtains. Right, Princess Cherie. I don't trust any celebrity death anymore. Something seems fit. Now, of course, you want to say some people want to say the obvious. Some people want to say the obvious. Oh, Diddy's trial is in 4 months. Well, 2 months now. Yeah, 2-3 months now. Diddy's trial's in 2-3 months. What if he did it? No, that's not the case here. This is seriously a case of someone literally had diabetes and an unfortunate medical condition took his life. This isn't a situation where someone offed him. But how he got the diabetes is what makes me question things. Not how he died, but how he got the diabetes is what makes me question things so quickly. Post, like I said, Tales just going away. But like I said, my condolences again to Irv Gotti's family, and again to Ja Rule, my stepdad Mitch. I hope everybody, of course, is prayers to you while you were in mourn. Definitely you have my condolences, my thoughts and prayers are with you. So I definitely I'm gonna say get where 50 is coming from. It's just bad timing, 50. It's just bad timing. Yes, the Bella Thorne episode was very good. Yes, that was another thing. That's how I knew something was wrong with Irv. When I saw him so sickly and skinny on Drink Champs. Excuse me. When I saw him sickly and skinny there, I said, okay, something's not right with Irv. Something is definitely not right with him. Yeah, it only had 2 seasons. And that's why I said BET cut it. And they didn't have to. BET cut it because, like I said, I think it was something that he knew. What had happened was, what's going on? I think it was internally something he knew. At the end of the day, like I said, everything just happened too quickly. Everything just happened way too quickly. Far too quickly. Next on the list. Okay, so next on the list, while we're at it, so right next door to that post would be these Lil Meech text messages. But before we get into that, let us start where things started to, I don't know where they took a turn from. I don't get where things took a turn from. But this post came out a couple days ago. And I guess there's a documentary with this lady Tammy Cowan that has a tell-all documentary and reveals the truth that supposedly Big Meech is a snitch. Which was, like I said, this post right here, The Truth and Nothing But the Truth, BMF, who is Tammy Cowens. Now, let me see if I can find the other. It's Tonisha Welch. I saw this on the timeline earlier. And this one caught me off guard because I was like, he sold his life rights to 50. Oh no, to informant Tammy Cowan. I mean, he sold his life rights away to Tammy Cowan. I'm like, who is this Tammy Cowan?
I don't know if you heard the story about Tammy Cohen.
Cohen, okay.
I haven't.
Okay.
You can explain it.
I'm explaining the story. Tammy Cohen is now the executive producer of the BMF show, the BMF Star Show. She has Meech rights. I was doing this show, so when T was locked up, T asked me to call her. I blindly called her. And she just immediately went off on me. Like, what the hell? You know, I'm on probation. By this time, it was like 2014, 13, 14. And the next day after that conversation, I get called down to my probation officer. I'm looking at my young son because this has never happened to me. I've been on probation a couple of years now, like, what's going on? So I told my youngest son, when I called him, I said, hey, come over here. I got my probation officer called me. I got to go turn myself in. Not turn myself in. I said, I got to go see her. And he said, what's going on? I said, I don't know. She told me she's giving me an hour to get there. I get down to my probation officer, my son in the car. I said, if I don't come out in a couple of hours, call the lawyer. I get in there. Tammy Cohen is a government informant. So she says, my probation officer is sitting there and some other guy. I can't remember his name, but I just knew he was part of the DEA. And he come in, I go in, I'm like, fuck. You know, this is everybody's nightmare. I already did my time. Only thing I wanted to come home and do is take care of myself, take care of my family, make amends for my mother, redeem myself through, the world, or anybody that I felt like I affected. So they told me, and he says, you know what this is about? And I said, no. He said, well, you threatened a government informant, and that's a federal offense, and it's a violation of your probation. And I said, well, who did I threaten? I don't know what you're talking about. So he go over the story, and I'm sitting there, and I'm telling you, I've heard of people killing themselves not to go back to prison. I went to prison, man. I went to prison. When I say I came home, and all these people were going at my head, all these people I helped, all these people, I'm a mother. I was somebody's daughter. I lost my father, lost my mother. I was somebody's daughter. And here you are. You didn't put in no work. No work. All you did is start writing a man. And this man befriended you, gave you his life rights. And just because you've been a government informant since 2008, you have the right to tell them that I threatened you. They told me that they were gonna arrest me. They were gonna charge me. I'm in there, I'm hyperventilating. I'm in this little room with, they shut the door. It's no knob on this side because if you wanted to run, you couldn't get out. They're talking to me. I'm just like fear. Fear had set through my body. I couldn't, I'm going to prison. This woman is finished to take my life away from me. Take my whole life. I did my time. Out of them 200 people, none of them said I'm on their paperwork. I did my time. I came home broke. I lost everything I had before I even went to prison, even before I met these two, Terry and his brother. So everything I had, everything I gained, I lost. It's okay because of my lifestyle. But who would give a person the right to tell another person to lock me back up because I came home to figure out another way to make money? This been hunting me for years. So eventually, this stayed over my head for about a year. My father had stage 4 cancer. I thought I wasn't going. They told me I couldn't go home to visit him. Eventually, the case went away because they put it under investigation. She couldn't prove what I did, prove that I threatened her. And then after that, she has did interviews about me. Like her and saucers going at my head. For what reason? I don't even know y'all. Have done multiple interviews about me. Talking about who I am. Like, no, who are you? So I thought that when we were coming here, I know like Blue, and they had this big thing on Instagram and going, that conversation was about her. Yes, she's a government informant. Yes, she's been a government informant since 2008. Yes, she tried to get me locked back up. But for my attorney and my probation officer, they didn't lock me back up. But can you imagine the fear that my son had, my mother had, and my dying father had? Because anytime you're in prison, you always think, I just want to make it home to my parents because my parents were older. Just want to make it home to my parents so I can make it right. But for somebody to take your freedom, because I vowed while I was sitting in prison that I vowed to be forgiving to anybody that I hurt, anybody that, got hurt in anything that I was doing. I vowed to give back. That's why I started Silent Heart, give back to the community, help the community. I vowed to help people who's locked up, for these unjust laws. I've helped people come home from prison. I helped 3 people come home from prison, working in prison reform. So when a person, just because you have that right, because you making money from the government, it ain't like me or like any other woman. I was in prison with 600 women at a time. I've heard multiple stories. I don't blame those women who got caught up and might have had to take the stand and tell and get a little time so they can run home to get to their kids. But when you have a woman that's like dirtball, piece of shit ass woman that sits there and make money from the government and say, oh, because I'm a government informant, I could take your fucking freedom away from you. Prison is like almost death. You can't go no farther down. It's prison, then it's dying, or it's dying and then prison. So when you do this kind of thing.
So apparently this is Big Meech's ex-girlfriend before he got locked up. And this Tammy Cohen woman is I was just looking it up on my phone. I was trying to figure out who this was, as well as I was trying to figure out who Tammy Cohen was. So I was looking it up on my phone here. And like I said, she's the ex-girlfriend, pretty much, that Tammy, I guess, was a informant that set up Tanisa. Let me see. Big Tammy Cohen, Big Meech. So, yeah. So Tammy Cohen's 50 Cent poster. Yeah, so Tammy Cohen's pretty much is the executive producer. I didn't know that she was the executive producer on the BMF show. I had no idea she was a producer on it. So that came to my surprise, as well as what would then. Now, I'm thinking he was responding to Irv, but no, he was responding to Lil Meech was responding to all this stuff that was going on.
50. The number you had down has been disconnected. What the fuck? 50 was. Hold on, wait. 3 weeks ago, shit was just good. 50, what's going on? Last year, it was just niggas told B Mickey I love you, but don't come back around. And They was just at, like, Nah, before y'all start jacking this, just show the paperwork. Y'all know the rules. Before you call somebody a rat, you gotta actually prove they that. I don't know, I'm not doing, nah, man, I want to go to the party.
Like I said, I don't get where the trolling started, or should I say why the trolling immediately started, or who this Tammy Cohen's is, or what information she has on him. Baby Juju, what's going on? DJ Big Game, what's going on? I'm flabbergasted about it.
Bro, I get paid to snitch now, nigga. It's really classified. I can't even really talk about this shit, my nigga.
Oh my God.
I don't really, I'm telling you because you my boy. But don't fuck with me. You see what I did to Roger. You seen what I did to Roger. 40 years.
He had 40 years.
It says he had Tammy Cohen doing all his dirty work. Her new tell-all, Break It Down, Screech directed her and connected her to people to get his time cut. So it sounds like 50's pretty much saying that he told on some people to get the time shortened, and that's how he got out so fast. Because I was a little bit, I was also surprised too when they said that Meech was getting released. Because I was like, I know he's in the halfway house, but how did he even get to the halfway house when I thought he was doing a whole over 20 or 30 years still? So I was like, how did he get a whole 20 years knocked off of his sentence? This is my understanding. I was like, how did he get a hold of? Let me see something, because Big Meech sentencing. Yeah, he was sentenced to 30 years. Okay, so no, that does make a little bit more sense. He was arrested in 2005. And the sentence, okay, so his sentencing was ending in 2026. So about he about to get extra year then. Okay, so maybe I'm wrong. So he only had 30 years. I didn't realize he got caught in 2005 though. I could have sworn he got caught in like 2010 or something like that. I didn't know he got caught back in 2005. Yeesh. That is a pretty long time. I didn't realize he'd been away for 20 years. I didn't realize he was away for 20 years already. That makes sense, though. So he had 30 years. Yeah, so he originally wasn't supposed to really be out until, for another 10 years. Honestly, another 10 years, if we're doing the math right. Another 10, 15 years. But they let him out, I guess, they took 10 years off. If we're doing the math correctly. So you get arrested in 2005, you get a sentence to 30 years, it's 2035, you're supposed to be released. So it's 2025, so yeah, about 10 years. They knocked 10 years off the sentencing. So I guess that's what 50's leading up to, is leading that. So they pretty much knocked a good chunk off of his sentencing. And this Tammy Cohen is who he snitched to. In these text messages from Lil Meech earlier, they just told me you unfollowed me off Instagram, and now you managing Skilla Baby. So pretty much the Skilla Baby is the one that plays the brother, I believe. Let me see. I think Skilla Baby is the one that plays the brother. Oh no, Skilla Baby. Okay, is that his brother or something? Is that Big Meech's? Is that Lil Meech's brother? Let me see something. They look just alike. Okay, so he has a song called "Free Big Meech." But who is this though? Is he someone too? Lil Meech? Let me see something. Sometimes you can just find it. Say, following Lil Meech's rhymes and acting, Skilla Baby might be the next megastar in 50 Cent. Okay, so maybe he is family to him. Because they look alike. Don't they? They look very much alike. Like he could be a cousin or something, or close to him. Like they look very much alike. Especially when I look at this picture right here. He looks like identical. He looks like a little brother, a little cousin to Lil Meech. He looks like a little cousin to Lil Meech. Yeah, see, he puts a free billboard. He puts up a free Big Meech billboard. He's someone that's family. You see something? Yeah, he's gotta be family or something like that to him. But yeah. So the text messages said that they just told me you and follow me and off Instagram, and now you're managing Skilla Baby with Rocket when I brought him around you first when you didn't have a clue who he was. Now you mad at me when I would take the shirt off my back for you. I can't believe this man. You act as if I'm your enemy. I've only showed you love and loyalty, and human. I go through my own shit, but I never switched up on you. Fuck Ross, but he gave my dad some bread so he can afford to pay his bills until our next season starts. This internet shit is throwing me off, man. You know me in real life. I mean, I get where Lil Meech is coming from. This kind of has nothing to do with him. It really has nothing to do with Lil Meech. So at the same time, I get where Lil Meech is coming from. You gotta understand what type of fire you playing with 50. When he's fed up, he's fed up. When he is fed up, he is fed up. Shout out IFWY in the chat from LA. I don't know where my the all white bucket hat y'all saw me wear. I have no idea where it is at the moment. And I can't get up. But shout out to IFWY up in the chat. Actually, hold on. Give me 1 second. I do know where it is. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Okay. Had to find where it was, but so you remember the bucket hat? The bucket hat I had. The IFWY bucket hat. Shout out to the homie in LA that made that for me. I don't not put it on right now cuz whatchamacallit? It's a little bit hot in here. But anyway. I get where Lil Meech is a little bit disturbed by it. Because like I said, it has absolutely nothing to do with him whatsoever. It's the fact that he said in the next post, what show, little nigga? When I said in that same post, he says, what next season, little nigga? To pay his bills until our next season starts. And he goes, what next season, little nigga? Like this, and that's the thing. The next thing is the next post comment from somebody is that people think it's funny, is weird as hell to me. It's not funny at all. It's not funny at all. It truly isn't funny at the end of the day. Hold on, who is this coming from right here? Okay, this is somebody else. This is somebody different. Though somebody that actually was close to him. Anyway, yeah, this isn't necessarily funny at all because if we're really being honest here, that means it's abruptly now a canceling of the BMF show. So for those that thought that there was going to be a new season starting or new episodes from what might have happened, now I can catch up. I'm going to catch up now. Because I don't I haven't watched in quite a long time, so I'm going to be catching up the episodes now because now I know the show is going to be going. Yeah, that's another comment too. Lil Meech is still a child, and you don't put kids in grown folks shit. He can't control what his father has done or does. That's another thing too. Like, why would you just disassociate yourself from Little Meech, and Little Meech don't got nothing to do with what Big Meech did? But yeah, 50 is a cancer. 50 Cent is a cancer. He is going to be petty until the wheels fall off. That is just him. He's going to be petty until the fucking wheels fall off. I'm not new to petty Pendergrass 50 Cent when in that regard. So you're talking about double entendres happening here. He has the Irv Gotti situation. He's pretty much celebrating on, unfortunately. On top of you have Big Meech, who he finds out now is some type of government informant, he thinks. The 50 is going to be 50 right now. You thought he was bad with Diddy. You thought 50 was clowning with Diddy. This is street shit now. Someone is a government informant around him. This is street shit now. He's gonna be trolling a little bit differently now. At the same time, this could turn bad. This could turn bad for 50. Cause you're trolling Irv and his death at the same time calling Big Meech a snitch. So I want y'all to understand that if we hear something about 50 Cent, something happening to 50 Cent or 50 Cent passing within the next year or so, I want you to remember this particular live right here where we had to remember the week that he was not only calling Big Meech a rat, but dissing Irv Gotti the day he died. Let us revert back to this day that 50 was not only mocking Irv Gotti's death, but he was also calling Big Meech a rat. So if something happens to 50 Cent within this next year, I'm not saying I want it to happen to him. I'm saying if something happens, you understand where that karma might have come from. King Osmo, what's going on? No. It's not because he took a picture with Ross. And see, that's the thing. People think it's because Big Meech took a picture with Rick Ross that 50 Cent all of a sudden is saying something. Like the text says right here. Meech thinks it's because he took the picture with him. Because he gave him some, because Ross gave him some money to help him with the bills or whatever. So apparently 50 was not giving Meech anything, even when he got out of jail. So maybe 50 had this information a little bit before Big Meech got out of jail. That's what it sounds like to me. 50 might have had this information way before Big Meech actually got out of jail, into which that's why he didn't have the lending hand to him. The BMF series pretty much stopped getting filmed. We stopped hearing about the documentary that he was putting out. Remember, 50 was supposed to be doing some big BMF movie, right? It wasn't just a TV show. He was supposed to be doing a big BMF style movie or a documentary that was coming out. But now it got canceled. And it got canceled just a little bit before we heard the news of Big Meech being in the halfway house and being released soon. So like I said, it leaves me to know that 50 definitely knew something way before we did. He heard it through the grapevine way before we did that Big Meech was not only getting out, but why he was getting out and how. This is all allegedly. This is all allegedly at the end of the day. This isn't fact or fiction, okay? Let's see here. So Let's see here. Okay. All right. So, in more musical news, in more musical news. Where am I at? So, Mr. Drake. Mr. Drake. And I get tired of talking about him, but at the end of the day, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? So he appeared to send a message to his opposition recently. Yeah, he did cut Terry off when he took the pic. I mean, see, that's the thing. That's violation, though. You can't take a picture with somebody that has something to do with shooting me. And not to say that Preem's son did, but that's still the op's son. That's Petty Pendergrass. But yeah, Drake wears a bullet-holed hoodie releasing smoke from his back during the tour opener, in which the record he performed was Over My Dead Body. Now, that's not a new song, of course. That's a old Drake record. From the Take Care album, which arguably is one of Drake's, I'm not going to say one of, it's arguably Drake's best album ever, was Take Care. He has always been trying to top Take Care. You know how they always say what's your best album? Like J. Cole's would be, I guess, 2014 Forest Hill Drive. Kendrick's would be To Pimp a Butterfly. There's always that one album that they're trying to chase. I'm trying to think what would be another Reasonable Doubt for Jay. In my lifetime, Illmatic for Nas. This was Drake's Illmatic. Take Care. Okay, so in the song Over My Dead Body, he would rap, "How I'm feeling, it doesn't matter, 'cause you know I'm okay. Instead I ask myself, why do you worry? You know, I'm the same. I know you don't love me, baby. They're trying to take you away from me, only over my dead body. I think I killed everybody in the game last year, man. Fuck it. I was on, though. I thought I found the girl of my dreams at the strip club, man. Fuck it, I was wrong, though." So it's one of those mental release type of records. It's one of those therapeutic release type of records where Drake pretty much talks to himself about pretty much being on top, but then having to know where he's going to fall. This was him, I guess, predicting earlier that he was going to fall. Hey, Medusa, what's going on? This was him predicting early on in his career that he was going to fall. And he knew it. He's always talked about that in songs early in his career, that there's going to be a time where he knows that this is going to happen. So we're now at that arriving point, and he's pretty much just releasing and using music as a therapeutic turn for things. This isn't the 3-day process, unfortunately. This is not the 3-day process the way this just goes away. This one could be 3 years before it goes away, honestly. So he performs, like I said, Over My Dead Body at the opening of the tour of the Anita Max Win Tour. I mean, we went over that before, and like I said, I wish he was a little bit more conscious. I just wish he was a little bit more conscious of, like, the merch for Anita Max Win. This is the mascot for Anita Max Win. Now, I don't have to point out the fact that there's a panda with a wig on. This is why I keep saying he is fucking tone deaf. Not only do you have the Saturn ring around it, right? That's one thing. We don't have to go with the obvious of who he's tied to, right? Let's go with the fact that the logo, like I said, let me go back to the other picture. Let's go back with the logo is a panda. Okay? It is a female panda with glasses on as a little girl called Anita. Anita Maxween. Like, this is beyond tone deaf. This is what I was talking about before about being tone deaf. How do you not realize that there is a song about you being a pedophile, and this mascot that you have now is in reference to pedophilia? How do you not notice this, Drake? What's worse is that the people that you were tied to don't even care for you doing this anymore. They don't even care for you doing this anymore. So are you trying to, I don't know, praise back to the higher ups with things like this? Because it's not working. And this only makes you look even worse. At the end of the day, this makes you look 10 times worse. Because if you've been listening to here on the pod, we've pretty much talked about it numerous times, and we've broken down what the panda reference is to pedophilia. So if you have a little girl panda mascot, Drake, and there's a song about you being a pedophile, this is beyond tone deaf. This is beyond tone deaf here. This is ridiculous. I seriously could not believe that you went this far to do this. And this is the Ticketmaster one. This is the Ticketmaster mascot. This is the logo you see on Ticketmaster. Like, when is it going to stop, Drake? At the end of the day, when is it going to stop? Even if he does do that, it wouldn't be good for him. That's probably the last thing that he'll do, honestly. I think that's really the last thing that Drake will do is become a streamer. Even though he can sit down with streamers, the last thing I think Drake is able to do is become one. A guy this sensitive of a Scorpio could not sit down and do a stream. I'm sorry. This emotional of a person would not be able to take thousands and, in his case, millions of comments, literally trying to destroy his character every day. He could not take that. This isn't something that that isn't something that he would step into. I wish he really wasn't this tone deaf though. POV, that one friend that always says whatever is on his mind. Like, why are you and then you have these girly little dad hat colors, like. Like, who was gonna be wearing these hats, Drake? Who was wearing these hats? This guy looks fake. Like, this is sad. And there's a close-up, if you can't see, the panda nose. Plain as day. With the white face and black eyes. Even has the glasses to reference, this is a female panda, the little female panda girl. This is sad. This right here is sad to me. I cannot, like I said, if you didn't believe that Drake is possibly a pedophile, if you didn't have any doubt in your mind, you didn't have any other doubt in your mind, this should erase that doubt. This here should erase any doubt that you have in your mind about Drake being a pedophile whatsoever. And for those that don't remember what I'm referring to as far as the panda, see, it says Operation Innocent Images. Like, it's when I put just panda and pedophilia, it's like one of the main things that they use to spot it. But let me just real quick. Matter of fact, let me not use that one, but I'll give you an even better one, right? Give you a better one. Balenciaga. Remember the Balenciaga pedophilia campaign that they did? See the panda bear? Let's see if I can find that Facebook post. No, not the eye. Okay, here it goes. Panda eyes. That's what I was looking for. The panda eyes. So it says the shocking image of her panda eyes came to define the suffering of the children of Gaza last summer. That's pretty much what the panda means in pedophilia. The panda eyes symbolize a child is suffering abuse, and specifically sexual abuse. So when I see Anita Max win, and I think of that, you can't help but say fuck Drake. You cannot help but say fuck Drake. You can't have any remorse for what he's going through. Like I said, either you are tone deaf or you are playing in my face, Drake. That you have a panda for Anita Max win. Kim Crawford, what's going on? You can't possibly be this naive. This, like I said, this is beyond the tone deafness. To have a little girl panda as your mascot for Anita Max win. I'm flabbergasted. The thing is, like I said, the tour mascot is one thing. The tour mascot of the little girl with the sunflower in her head is one thing. But you are literally playing in people's face with a panda mascot as a little girl. Like, you are literally playing in people's face doing that. Whatever comes to you, Drake, you deserve it. Just remember that. Whatever comes to you, man, you deserve it. For you to be doing this and mocking child sex abuse, you deserve everything coming to you. That's all I'm gonna say. Now, while we're on the subject of that, Apparently, Drake has ties to the woman in the lawsuit for TDE.
You gotta be careful what you read, bruh, because they try.
Listen to this.
Trying to get him. They trying to get him. This is proof. Also, I just dropped the synopsis on Kendrick Lamar on YouTube. Click the link in my bio to check it out. I think you'll love it. This shit about to get dark. Y'all not gonna believe what I'm about to show y'all. If y'all didn't know, there was 2 women that was suing TDE for SA, assault, and some other stuff. Today, TDE responded and they basically said it's all false. Those women were never employees at TDE, and the other girl that says she never got paid for her publicist work actually got paid, and there's proof. They go on to say that they're confident they're gonna win this case, right? But get this, bruh. This is one of the girls that was the alleged victim, right? You can find this girl hugged up in pictures with Dennis Graham. That's Drake's dad, bruh. And turns out, one of these girls is Diddy's publicist. P. Diddy's publicist, bruh. What is going on? And I don't know if y'all know who this guy is right here, but he's essentially Team OVO. He's basically being paid to push propaganda for Drake. She follows him on Instagram. What the f? Makes it even crazier is after TDE made their public statement, the attorney removed the case from his page, bruh. It's over, the case is done. So they strategically had 2 women go forward and accuse TDE of these things just to start a smear campaign. None of it was true, bruh. And this is a great lesson for all of y'all. When it comes to Kendrick for these next, I don't know how long, you gotta be careful what you read, bruh. Because they trying to get him. They trying to get him. This is proof. Also, I just dropped.
You see, that's another thing too. I made sure to address that. Like, I wish people would stop trying to associate the TDE lawsuit with Kendrick. Nothing in the TDE lawsuit had anything to do with Kendrick. Yes, he was on the label. He hasn't been on that label for over 4 years now. Yes, he still talks to Top Dog in Punch because one of them is his dad. One of them is his dad's friend. Okay? One of them is literally his dad's friend. Yes, he's going to still talk to them. Okay? They're literally family to him. But he has nothing to do with what happened on the label with that's in there. Another thing is, it's Top Dog and Punch's sons. It was nothing to do with them two. Nothing to do with Kendrick and whatchamacallit. So, and SZA. Nothing to do with SZA and Kendrick. I wish people would stop trying to associate them with this lawsuit just because they're TDE associated. You know how many artists were on Def Jam? Russell Simmons. All the shit Russell Simmons is accused of. Are we going to accuse, I don't know, Mike Geronimo of the same shit? Are we going to accuse, LL has a different thing. We have different now. I can't use LL for a terrible example. DMX. Are we going to accuse DMX of everything Russell Simmons did? No. That's my whole point of that. Okay? So, people don't have to, like I said, associate Kendrick with this. Now, here's another thing, right? So, I kind of got caught off guard by the fact that Linda Luna, I think her name is Linda Luna. Let me see if I still have that other picture up. Yeah, Linda Luna is a Hollywood publicist for quite a few people. Like, quite a few people, not just Diddy. You're killing me, Smalls. You're killing me, Smalls. All right. That just means I need to pull it up on the other browser so I can find it. It's fine. Linda Luna. So I'll just do this. That's the good thing about having multiple browsers. When one acts like shit, you move it to the other one. Okay, so this is Linda Luna. Linda Luna is a Hollywood publicist, and people didn't know. People didn't know that she actually was receiving backlash for not saying anything about when Mr. Diddy had got accused of the SA and sent off to jail last year. So Hollywood publicist Linda Luna breaks silence after backlash over personal Facebook posts about former clients Christian Combs and Justin Combs' father Diddy. Where's the actual post at? Here it goes. No, where's her actual post? Where's her actual post? Okay, here we go. Says this Diddy controversy is truly so unfortunate. I worked with his son Christian as his publicist in the music area, and I have worked with Justin too. And I've been around Diddy many times. I've been to his parties and after parties, and I've never seen what they're claiming, but I do feel like maybe he was trying to change over the past year, but it seems like it was too late, and his past transgressions have come to light, and now he has to face his consequences. So Linda Luna was an actual publicist for Diddy and a few other people, and Linda Luna is in that TDE lawsuit. Now the other woman, we'll find her right now. This woman here, as you can see, has the picture with Dennis Graham. This is Aya Altari. Pretty much TDE put out the claims that, let's just say they denied the allegations and said that this is a clear example of a shakedown lawsuit by Linda Luna and Aya Altari. They pretty much called their names out. And it made sense, of course, with Linda, of course, being the publicist for Diddy and a few other people. But this person here having the ties to Dennis Graham and also following the woman that's tied to the guy that's tied to OVO that does all the other publicists work for them, pushing the propaganda against Kendrick. This is wild. This is wild. This is why I forgot to turn my thing. So yeah. Again, you see this lady here, Aya Altari, pictured with Dennis Graham. Like I said, it's just very odd to me. Well, not necessarily odd, because I said before, when the TDE lawsuit first came up, I said I smell Drake. I said that verbatim. I said I smell Drake somewhere. And I said, it doesn't really matter because karma is going to be right around the bend for you. Didn't I say that? I said, karma is going to be right around the bend for you, regardless of what you do with Kendrick. Or I should say, what you try to do with TDE. Regardless of what you try to do. Karma is going to come quickly around the bend for you. Because the lawsuit came up a week before. The Super Bowl is Sunday. The Super Bowl is Sunday. Understand that. So, with that comes, okay, let's try to get TDE in some type of, let's try to get something going with TDE, because the lawsuit that I put out about Not Like Us ruining my career and being so damaging about calling me a pedophile didn't work. So they're not going to pull back from it being on They're not gonna pull back Not Like Us from the Super Bowl. Understand this, Drake. Not Like Us. Not Like Us is such a big record that Kendrick took home, I think. Now he's crowned the most Grammys for a rapper ever. Most Grammys for a rapper ever. 22 Grammys. 57 total nominations. Best music video. Song of the year. Record of the year. Rap song of the year. Record of the year. Song of the year. Like, my man did a clean sweep. God damn it, if GNX got submitted. But I'm glad it didn't. Because shout out to TDE label mate Doshi, who, oh my God. I think I'm going to look up Doshi's performance too, because Doshi destroyed it. Doshi destroyed it. Destroyed it. I meant to pull up Doshi's performance too, forgot. I think I'm going to look up Doshi in just a second here, because she killed her performance. She killed her performance. But King Kendrick, King Kunta, Grammy sweep. Grammy sweep, Grammy sweep. But something isn't right to me. Something isn't right to me. Oh, before I get into that, my point there. So, as he was actually accepting his award, I was a little bit shocked by this. But I understand. Because if you know and remember, we called out when someone was getting devalued as an artist, right? We called out when Drake was pretty much being devalued by UMG and Lucian Grange, right? So I am not surprised. I am not surprised when I see Lucian Grange and Dr. Dre high-fiving each other. I am not surprised by this. And the subtle, yeah, we did it. It's how Dre does it. It's how Dre looks at him. It's how Swiss Beats looks over at him. Is in this moment here that I said something is definitely not right. Something is not right. Because I wouldn't be surprised if it was if it was Jimmy Iovine and Dr. Dre high-fiving. But to see Dr. Dre and Lucian high-fiving was a little bit alarming. And it's just like I said, the subtle turn away that Dre does after he high-fives him. It's the look he gives after he does the high five. That right there. pretty much, these guys pretty much pulled off the single biggest heist in the industry, if you will. The robbery of the career of Drake. These guys just pulled off one of the biggest heists in music. The robbery of the career of Drake. And got away with it. Clean. I'm talking about clean. You saw that hug as they stood side by side with Swiss smirking to the right. Word, that's funny as hell. Fury be you stupid. Ocean 616. You could definitely call it that. Oh, this was Ocean 616. This motherfucker. This was an assassination, and the hitmen were in the crowd. The hitmen were sitting in the crowd. Good job, man. Good work out there. Good work out there. And Swiss Beats, of course, someone who recently had his remember Swiss Beats had the problem with Drake, right? Remember when Capo, Drake's man Capo, had said called Swiss Beats a bitch. Remember that? Capo had called Swiss Beats a bitch. Yeah, people don't forget things. Yes, you can see that, right? That thank you, that huge thank you with the grin on his face. That's why I was like, this was so sinister. That whole camera angle, this whole visual right here is just sinister. Like, yes, we took down Drake. We got him. And we crowned a new superstar at the same time that's going to profit and make us more money. Which is my next point. Oh, I keep forgetting. This was the funniest thing, right? When he was going up there receiving his award. Let me make sure my audio is right. This was about the funniest damn thing with him receiving this award. Let me make sure my audio is right here too.
Why you trolling like a ain't you tired? Trying to strike a chord and it's probably A minor. Why you trolling like a ain't you tired? Trying to strike a chord and it's probably A minor. Why you trolling like a ain't you tired? Trying to strike a chord and it's probably A minor.
Yikes. Talking about yikes. I'm like, yo, did they play an audio clip of the crowd doing that? Or was that really the crowd? The crowd, A minor. I said, wait, what? This is trolling. This is trolling. This is trolling. Listen, Drake has been boycotting the Grammys for, I don't know, almost a decade now. So are you going to troll us? Motherfucker. They put the song at the clip. They could have picked any fucking part of this record. They could have picked any other part of the record. But I'm talking about on point, put it at the when he's getting on the stage, A minor, and the whole crowd goes A minor. Yo, you can't fake that. You can't rehearse that. You can't rehearse the crowd A minoring. You cannot rehearse that on live TV. The crowd did the A minor. Bruh. This is the Grammys. This is the Grammys. The Grammys did the A minor. If this don't tell you they don't like Drake anymore, I don't know what else does. They don't like him anymore in the industry either. The industry does not like him anymore. I didn't notice the Canadian tux or the black Air Forces. That's funny as hell. But see, that's my whole thing. Like I said, it's the celebration. It was the celebration of him going up there. But I think the biggest thing that I want to point out about this whole thing, now I can get to it. Now we can get to some third eye shit, right? Madman 90, this is where you might want to leave. Because I'm questioning things. And when I get to questioning things, I usually land on something. Oh, when you wear denim on denim is considered a Canadian tux. See, that's cultural reference. That's a cool ass cultural reference right there. I didn't know that. But something caught me off guard. Kendrick doesn't usually wear jewelry, especially chains. Am I the only one that noticed? Am I the only one that noticed this nigga was wearing a Jesus piece? It's a couple of things that just, started to really stand out. It's a few things that's just starting to stand out to me with this nigga. Let me show y'all something real quick, right? And like I said, I know I'm not bugging. Now, I want y'all to look at this picture, right? And look at this picture. Hell, even this picture. This picture here is Kendrick from just a few years ago. I'll give you a better one. This is Kendrick just, I don't know, a year or two ago. This is Kendrick literally a year or two ago. Who the fuck is this? Who the fuck is this nigga? I've been on the bigger goddamn screen. Who the fuck is that? Who the fuck is that? You can't pull this wool over my eye. I refuse to believe it. This is not the same nigga. There's no way in hell that all of a sudden this shit right here, you see it? You see his beard? You see his beard? There's no goddamn way you go from the scruff. I'm talking about the scruffiest of scruff. I'm talking about you can't shape that shit up to all of a sudden you got a full goddamn connection beard. Who's this nigga? This nigga and this nigga ain't the same. That's another thing. The Not Like Us music video is where I really started to question some things. That video is where I really started to question some things. Let me see if it shows the picture. Yeah, so this particular shot right here. Then, where's the one where he's sitting down at? This one right here. I said, okay, I'm fucking with the new cut. I'm fucking with the new look. But like I said, something just was off to me because I'm like, okay, he didn't look like this a year ago. He wasn't this shiny. His whole look was not this shiny. Do y'all see what I'm getting at? His whole look about him was not this polished and shinied up. I know I'm not bugging here. It could, and that's the thing. It could very well be. It could very well be. But I'm going to play this video here by Truth Is, right? I got a couple of videos by Truth Is. Yes, thank you, Lulu. That's what I'm getting at. That's really what I'm getting at. He went through that door. He went through that door. Whether or not he sold his soul is a different thing. See, that's the thing. You can go through the door without selling your soul. You can definitely go through the door without selling your soul, especially if the higher-ups pick you to do something. It's not like Kendrick Lamar sold his soul for the fame. They pretty much picked Kendrick Lamar to take down the biggest artist in music, which was Drake. So, yes, he went through that door. But something is very off with him. Something just doesn't seem like the old Kendrick to me. And then, like I pointed this out on the GNX album when he did the Reincarnated record and he rapped as the devil himself talking back to God. That was telling to me. Why are you doing a record to where you're referencing yourself as the devil talking back to God, redesigning the devil's story? This is deep. Yes, this is a deep thing, but you're literally reincarnating the devil's story and blatantly saying it. At the end of the record, you blatantly say that you were talking as the devil to God. Yes, he did the same. He did the same thing on Mortal Man. He did the same thing with you. My whole point is, this Kendrick just seems a little different to me. This doesn't seem like the same fuck the industry Kendrick. The same fuck the industry Kendrick, I don't know, would have went to the Grammys is my point. Regardless if he's winning all those Grammys or not, I don't know if him saying right now fuck the industry and then appearing at the Grammys for a song about calling someone a pedophile, it's just a lot. It's a lot. But like I said, I'm not the only one that has this thought.
Right now, Kendrick Lamar is the biggest rapper in the music industry. Coming off an amazing year in 2024, he's managed to get the culture behind him. After winning 5 awards at the 2025 Grammys, it seems like he's untouchable. So many people love him and see him as a breath of fresh air in hip-hop. A rapper who's not always rapping about the same hip-hop tropes. Instead, fills his songs with strong cultural messages. Kendrick is seen as a hero by his fans, one of the last real cultural warriors, the new Tupac, the man who is willing to take on the entire industry and who is for the people. While at first, long ago, I might have believed that, over the years I've realized that Kendrick isn't what most people think he is. While he seems to be Hollywood's opposition, in reality, this whole time he was just controlled opposition. Hey guys, I hope all is well. Welcome back to The Truth Is, where I drop new videos every other day exposing the truth. What evidence I showed, most people would just choose to ignore it. They would see me as either attacking Kendrick or defending Drake. For some reason, I can't be critical of Kendrick without being on Drake's side. For those who have watched my channel since day one, you know one of my first videos was exposing Drake. Since then, I have made plenty of videos exposing Drake, more than I've done on Kendrick. But since the record label successfully managed to create a war between Kendrick fans and Drake fans, any criticism that is said about Kendrick, people automatically assume you're on Drake's side. The reason I finally decided to make this video was for 2 reasons. In my video about Ab-Soul, I asked you guys if you would like me to cover Kendrick's new album, and many of you said yes. The other reason is because I prayed on it and I felt some kind of clarity come over me. I felt assured that what I had to say about Kendrick was truly important, and those who were clever enough to understand it will. The rest who will get mad at me and leave hateful comments or even unsubscribe would at least have the seed planted in them. That seed would eventually grow, and hopefully, God willing, they would see the truth for themselves eventually. Now, for those that think that because I'm making this video, I have something against Kendrick, that just isn't true. I truly don't have any hate in my heart for anyone. I actually used to love Kendrick's music growing up. I loved many of his songs on his album Section 80. I was actually listening to his music before he went mainstream. I used to have a roommate who spent a lot of his time on the blogs. He managed to catch many upcoming rappers early, and he showed me Kendrick Lamar early on. I truly enjoyed his music, and at first, I felt like many that he was a breath of fresh air in hip-hop. I thought that there was no way Kendrick was going to be a big star because he seemed to go against the mainstream machine. But then that all started to change, and Kendrick was not only accepted by mainstream music, but he was praised by them. He won award after award and performed at all the big industry events. For whatever reason, even though Kendrick's music appeared to have an opposing message to what the industry promoted, they still promoted him and praised him. This was the first thing to make me suspicious of Kendrick, as I know who owns the music industry and what agenda they have set for hip-hop. Hip-hop was being used to promote a lifestyle that was built to destroy the urban community. Music that would encourage destructive life choices that would keep the urban community in spiritual and literal chains. So it just wouldn't make sense for them to promote and praise the one artist who opposed everything they stood for, unless Kendrick was created to purposely oppose the industry's message. A controlled opposition agent put in place to be an adversary to hip-hop's corrupting message that they had control over. They would use Kendrick to infiltrate the counterconscious movement in hip-hop so that they can control both sides. It's a classic strategy used by the Order of the Freemasons, who believes in duality and opposing forces that they have control of. This explains how when Kendrick and Drake's beef started, the industry had no issues backing Kendrick, as he's a part of the same machine. If Kendrick was truly against the mainstream machine, Drake would have won that beef, because Drake was literally the mainstream's biggest artist. But the machine had no issues siding with Kendrick because they were both wings on the same beast. They were both signed to the same record label, UMG, and they both were controlled by the same people. Now, I would like all of you to think critically about this. If Kendrick was against the elite and the industry machine, would the elite and the industry machine gift him 22 Grammy Awards over the span of his career? In this year's Grammys, he won 5 awards. Does that sound like an artist who was against the mainstream machine? What this proves to us is that Kendrick wants to appear like a warrior for the culture, while at the same time being rewarded by the machine that's destroying it. It doesn't work. Now, while on the surface level, Kendrick might seem like a conscious rapper with an important message, when you start to dissect his message, you notice it truly isn't that deep. It's fake wokeness created in the label's office to give off the illusion of conscious music, while still having the same destructive themes of self-worship, division, and materialism that led to the death of the soul. In Kendrick's Mr. Morale in The Big Steppers, he portrayed himself as Christ, or a god, for the entire album. This is exactly what the elite occultists are pushing through every form of media. They try their hardest to convince man that we don't need God or Jesus, and that we are our own God. In Kendrick's music video and performances, he showed himself mocking Christ, depicting himself as his own savior and as divine. While he told people in his music that he wasn't their savior, he presented himself as their savior and mocked them while doing it. Kendrick is pushing the same illuminated self-worship ideologies as Lucifer did in the Garden of Eden, telling his audience that they are their own savior, their own God. Really, it's what the machine is using him to push. He is just a puppet like every other artist who sells their souls for money and fame by signing the dotted line. When they sign that dotted line, they are agreeing to be used to destroy their own people, to live out their dreams. In Kendrick's new album GNX, we see this in full effect. He has one important song that reveals who he really is and what his true purpose is. Kendrick's album GNX came out months after beating Drake in the beef of the decade. It was automatically seen as a great album, with the entirety of hip-hop unanimously calling it the album of the year. His fans that listened to this album didn't notice the song that he placed in there to reveal what he really is. The song was no other than Reincarnated. It is a song that tells us all we need to know about Kendrick and who he really thinks he is. In his song Reincarnated, Kendrick lets us know that the spirit of Lucifer lives within him, like it does in all huge stars. He tells us in the song that he was kicked out of heaven for rebelling against God. He also lets us know that what he represents and teaches is the concept of self-worship and man being their own God through the forbidden knowledge. In the first verse, he raps as the artist John Lee Hooker, also known as the Boogeyman, with Kendrick implying that his spirit was once the same spirit that possessed John Lee Hooker. He rapped, "I got this fire burning in me from within, concentrated thoughts on who I used to be. I'm shedding skin. Every day a new version of me, a third of me demented, cemented in pain, juggling the pros and cons of fame. I don't know how to make friends. I'm a lonely soul. I recollect this isolation I was 4 years old. Truth be told, I've been battling myself, trying to navigate the real and the fake, cynical about the judgment day. I did pass life regression last year, and it effed me up. Reincarnated on this earth for 100 plus. Body after body, lesson after lesson. Let's take it back to Michigan in 1947. My father kicked me out the house because I wouldn't listen to him. I don't care about his influence, only love what I was doing. Gifted as a musician, I played guitar on a grand level. The most talented where I'm from, but I had to rebel. And I'm so off in the sunset, searching for my place in the world. With my guitar up on my hip, as the story unfurled, I found myself with a pocket full of money and a whole lot of respect. While the record business loved me, I was head of rhythm and blues, the woman that fell to their feet, so many to choose. But I manipulated power as I lied to the masses, died with money. Gluttony was too attractive, reincarnated. There's a lot of important information in this verse. First, we see him make a reference to having this concentrated fire within him. This is actually connected to occult knowledge and illumination through forbidden knowledge. This is referring to the fire of Prometheus. Prometheus was the god who stole the fire from the Olympian gods and gave it to man, disobeying the gods. In this case, the fire represents forbidden knowledge, the knowledge of good and evil, which Prometheus took from the gods and gave to man so they can be as the gods. Prometheus is another representation of Lucifer, who through the serpent led Adam and Eve to the forbidden knowledge. In this verse, Kendrick is referring to himself as Prometheus and Lucifer. He has the fire within him, which is the forbidden knowledge. He then continues in the song by talking about being reincarnated and how he's been in body after body, telling his life as the musician John Lee Hooker. The most important part of this verse was when he rapped, "But I manipulated power as I lied to the masses, died with money. Gluttony was too attractive, reincarnated." Kendrick admits that he manipulated his power and lied to the masses, again referring to the forbidden knowledge and Lucifer who deceived mankind. We also see how he admits that at the end, the forbidden knowledge still ended in death, Even though Lucifer claimed that through the forbidden knowledge man wouldn't die, the forbidden knowledge still corrupted their souls and ended in their death. Sin still took the victory as they were enslaved by it. Kendrick is telling us that through this forbidden knowledge, the knowledge of Prometheus, he gained the power and used it to manipulate the masses. But it also led to his downfall because it corrupted him. In the second verse, he raps, "Another life had placed me as a black woman in the chitlin circuit, seductive vocalist as the promoter hit the curtains. My voice was angelic, straight from heaven. The crowd sobbed. A musical genius, what the articles emphasized. Had everything I wanted, but I couldn't escape addiction. Needles had me in fatal positions restricted. Turned on my family. I went wherever cameras be. No private planes for my insanity. Self-indulged, discipline never been my sentiments. I needed drugs. To me, an 8-ball was penicillin. F-love. My happiness was in that brown sugar. Sex and melodies gave me hope when nobody was looking. My first assistant was a small-town scholar. Never did a quaalude till I got myself around her. My daddy looked the other way. He saw sin in me. I died with syringes pinched in me. Reincarnated." In this verse, Kendrick claims to now be reincarnated in a female artist, who just like the last artist, used the forbidden knowledge to achieve what she wanted, but at the end, sin still destroyed their soul. Kendrick is letting us know that all these artists have been using Lucifer's forbidden knowledge, trying to achieve illumination, trying to become God, but at the end, it still destroyed them and took their soul. The last verse is the most important and brings all of this together. He raps in the last verse, "My present life is Kendrick Lamar, a rapper looking at the lyrics to keep you in awe. The only factor I respected was raising the bar. My instincts send material straight to the charts. My father kicked me out the house. I finally forgive him. I'm old enough to understand the way I was living. Ego and pride had me looking at him with resentment. I close my eyes, hoping I don't come off as contentious. I'm yelling, Father, did I finally get it right? Everything I did was selfless. I spoke freely when the people needed me. I helped them. I didn't gloat, even told them no when the vultures came. Took control of my fleshly blood when the money changed. Son, you do well, but your heart is closed. I can tell residue that lingers from your past creates itself. Father, I'm not perfect. I got urges, but I hold them down. But your pride has to die. Okay, Father, show me how. Tell me every deed that you've done and what you did it for. I kept 100 institutions paid. Okay, tell me more. I put 100 hoods on one stage. Okay, tell me more. I'm trying to push peace in LA, but you love war. No, I don't. Oh, yes, you do. Okay, then tell me the truth. Every individual is only a version of you. How can they forgive when there's no forgiveness in your heart? I can tell you where I'm going. I can tell you who you are. You fell out of heaven because you was anxious. Didn't like authority, only searched to be heinous. Isaiah 14 was the only thing that was prevalent. My greatest music director was you. It was colors, it was pinks, it was red, it was blues. It was harmony and motion. I sent you down to earth because you was broken. Rehabilitation, not psychosis. But now we're here now. Centuries you manipulated man with music. Embodied you as a superstar to see how you moving. You came a long way from garnishing evilish views. All I ever wanted from you was love and approval. I learned a lot. No more putting these people in fear. The more that world is diminished, the more it's not real. The more light that I can capture, the more I can feel. I'm using words for inspiration as an idea, so you can promise that you won't take your gifts for granted. I promise that I'll use my gifts to bring understanding. For every man, woman, and child, how much can you vow? I vow my life just to live one in harmony now. You crushed a lot of people, keeping their thoughts in captivity, and I'm ashamed that I ever created that enemy. Then let's rejoice where we're at. I rewrote the devil's story just to take our power back. Carnated. In this verse, Kendrick is talking as himself, the ultimate artist who used the forbidden knowledge without letting it corrupt and destroy him. What he is implying is that he used the forbidden knowledge, and unlike the other artists, it didn't destroy him. He is telling us he is a follower of Lucifer, and he is painting Lucifer as a liberator like the occultists believe. He finally admits that this forbidden knowledge that all these other artists use came from Lucifer. We know this because the rest of the verse plays out as a conversation between God and Lucifer. There's also several hints of this in the verse, as he ends the verse by saying, I rewrote the devil's story. This implies that he used the forbidden knowledge, and instead of leading to death and destruction, he managed to save himself, becoming his own God and earning his own salvation through the knowledge, not being corrupted by using this forbidden knowledge like the other artists before him. Another important part was when he tells us for centuries you manipulated man with music, embodied you as a superstar to see how you moving. This is again referring to Kendrick using Lucifer's forbidden knowledge to manipulate the masses. Another lyric that indicates Kendrick representing himself as Lucifer was when he rapped, "You fell out of heaven cause you was anxious, didn't like authority, only searched to be heinous. My greatest music director was you. It was colors, it was pinks, it was reds, it was blue. It was harmony and motion. I sent you down to earth cause you was broken." Many people believe that Lucifer was the head of the choir in heaven, and that his most powerful gift was the power of music. Kendrick is playing off of this and implying that Lucifer is the god of music here on earth, the god of the forbidden knowledge, the music that they've used to manipulate the masses. In this verse, Kendrick makes it clear that he is having a conversation with God and he is representing Lucifer, claiming that Lucifer has reincarnated inside of him. What he means by this is that he used the forbidden knowledge of Lucifer to become his own god, claiming that he finally was able to ascend to a level of illumination instead of the knowledge corrupting him. He's telling us he rewrote the devil's story, and instead of it leading to the fall of man, it led to the rise of man as a god. This song is not only blasphemous, but pushes the same ideologies that all of the music industry pushes. This is why Kendrick compared himself to several other artists. He's telling us that he finally achieved illumination through the forbidden teachings that has made him a god on earth. This is what Kendrick has been showing us for the last few years. That's the reason why he wore the crown of thorns, comparing himself to Jesus. He is trying to show us that he is illuminated. All of these videos with him showing himself levitating like a god, this is what he is telling us. Kendrick is an occultist. He is pushing a message of corruption, and it's the reason why the industry rewards him. He's managed to fool the masses into thinking he's on our side. For that reason only, the industry puts him on a pedestal. It's the reason they granted him 22 Grammy Awards. If Kendrick was against the industry, he would have 0 awards and half of the world would know nothing about him. I'm making this video in hopes of waking his fans up, showing the truth so you don't allow him to misguide you. Kendrick himself is telling us he's a follower of the forbidden knowledge, pushing this ideology of self-worship. Sadly, he has his fans so manipulated that they don't even realize it. This is the reason why the machine is pushing him and why he is truly controlled opposition. Well, I'm gonna end this one here.
Okay, so although, like I said, here's my thing, right? New eyes, only one Zane, what's going on? Here's my thing, right? Although I don't 100% agree with what Truth is saying, a lot of the time Truth is very much on point with what he's saying. He's very on point with what he's saying as far as his occult knowledge. He's very up on occult knowledge. He studies Freemason knowledge same way I do. He also studies the industry same way I do. I just don't necessarily agree with him as far as Kendrick sold his soul, and I don't necessarily agree with that part. I think Kendrick just stepped on the other side of the fence, which not to the extent that Jay did, but similar to what Jay-Z did, stepped on the other side of the fence to see what the actual knowledge would be, or even played into the game pretty much. He played into the game, not necessarily stepping out of his bounds or doing being at Diddy parties and doing extra things for it. But I see where Truth is saying he pretty much... Okay, so I'll take what you said, for example, Free B. The point is that Lucifer was the angel of music, so every musician is a reincarnation of Lucifer. They all carry his sins, and the main one being pride. No, what you had said earlier about his ego. Pretty much the reason why Lucifer wasn't let back into heaven was because of his pride. He pretty much can go back into heaven whenever he wants. Very interesting perspective. You're absolutely right. So, with him saying that in reincarnation that he's the devil, think about it this way, right? If he's rewriting the story of the devil, right? In that particular record, he goes through the different facets of what the devil was doing on earth. Say, for example, the female musician, the actor, different things like that, right? If I'm the devil and I run things on earth, why would I want to go back into heaven? There's that perspective, right? Why would I want to go back into heaven knowing that I run shit down here? It's just the energy. You decide which polarity you want to be on. Exactly. That's what I'm getting at there. So Kendrick, if he chooses to pretty much be on the bringer of light, he will do that, in which I think he is, in a sense, doing. I don't necessarily think he's trying to be the bringer of darkness as much as he's trying to always be the bringer of light. So, like I said, although why I get what Truth is talking about and what he's referencing to, as far as Kendrick is illuminated, yes, I think Kendrick is very much illuminated, but not in the sense that he thinks. He's not illuminated in the bad sense, is what I'm saying. Because you can be there is two sides to that fence of illumination. There is two sides to that fence, regardless if he wants to agree with that or not. Because to be illuminated does not mean that the Illuminati accepts you. That's not necessarily what that means. To be illuminated means you, of course, have the, like New Eyes said, she's a proud occultist. What New Eyes pretty much is an example of what I'm saying. Just having the knowledge. Having the knowledge in itself. You don't have to have the same satanic evil practices of the other occultists. You can easily just spread the good part of the knowledge and still be a good person with the knowledge. It's no different than you becoming a Freemason and you still doing good deeds within the community. Because as we all know that there are good Freemasons out there in the world. So with that being said, there is that particular part right there. He could very much be one that has now received the knowledge of Freemasonry, but at the same time, that doesn't mean he's overstepped the boundary of, as Lulu said earlier, going through that door. I think he went through that door, just like I said, not in the sense that we think. I don't think necessarily he went to the extent of the Diddy parties and things like that. I think he went through a different type of door. Well, that's the thing, man, Matty Night. I'm not trying to. I definitely understand where you're coming from as well. I get the GNX album. I get what GNX is even about. I get what GNX is even about. Is Generation X. I get the whole thing. I get GNX, but that reincarnated record, like I said, still stumbled a lot of people when you are literally letting us know that you are bringing a story. You're reincarnating the devil in the record and talking to God as the devil. It's a little bit alarming to some people. To those that have some knowledge on what he's trying to really say, yeah, you definitely don't get alarmed. But there are people that are alarmed by that type of thing. And yes, you still get that whole thought of, okay, if this guy is a conscious rapper, he's also someone that says fuck the industry and goes against the grain. How is it he's getting these Grammys and all these looks and the... You have to question yourself with that. Yes, I saw the GNX trailer. The thing is, even with him getting the accolades, it's the whole superstar treatment and look that he's getting right now that everybody is pretty much surprised to. But the high five from Dr. Dre and Lucian Grange is all you need to know. The high five from Dr. Dre and Lucian Grange together, talking next to Swiss Beats and Jimmy Iovine right there, that's the only thing you need to see. Because at the end of the day, that part has nothing to do with Kendrick. That part is those guys. Kendrick's success right now in superstar look is because of the high five between Dr. Dre and Lucian. It's not necessarily because he sold his soul. That's the only part where I kind of disagree with Truth Is. Like I said, majority of the time, when I have another video from Truth Is we're going to play here in a second. But at the same time, I disagree with him selling his soul. I don't necessarily see or get where Kendrick has sold his soul, but I do get where he's coming from as far as he is now illuminated and definitely of the occult knowledge. That is not to be a bad thing. To have the occult knowledge does not mean that you are of the bad things of the occult. Let's also put that in perspective. To have the occult knowledge does not mean that you are of the bad things of the occult. So, again, like, and I want to kind of stay here on that because, like I said, that's an interesting perspective as well. The whole thing about him even playing into the idea of being the devil, right? In the record Reincarnation. As I said, if the devil is having their way on earth, why would they necessarily even want their way back into heaven if they're making heaven on earth in their own paradise in their own way? That's an interesting way of even, I guess you could say, if I love what I'm doing here already, why would I even care about conforming? You get what I'm saying? He's already said, fuck the industry, I'm the industry rebel, this, then the third, I'm conscientious, whatever. So, flipping that on its head, saying the same exact moralities of fuck this, I'm gonna do what I want to do. He's using the same ideologies of the devil with the fuck y'all, I'm gonna do what I want to do. Very intriguing tie-in. Very intriguing tie-in there. So yeah, again, Man 90, I get where, like I said, you would disagree with Truth Is, but Truth Is, for the most part, is on point with a lot of his information. You don't necessarily have to agree with this, which, like I said, I don't 100% agree with this. This is why I wanted to play it on the pod, because I wanted to have that conversation of, are we looking at a different Kendrick or are we not? Because in my heart, I definitely see where we can be looking at a different Kendrick. But like I said, that's what I'm getting at. We like I said, we broke that part down. We already broke that part down. You can definitely be a bringer of the light. You don't have to be a bringer of darkness. You can be a bringer of the light. So it seems like he pretty much is using the occult knowledge for good. He's not using the occult knowledge for bad. He's using the occult knowledge to pretty much get his way in spreading his own word to the masses. He's not necessarily using it to corrupt the masses. And for that, I can applaud Kendrick. Just like I said, I can definitely see that there is a different Kendrick out there right now. I can definitely see that there is a different Kendrick right now. I can't put my finger on it, but I see that there is a different Kendrick out there. But with that being said, I am excited for Sunday and what his performance is going to be, because at the end of the day, Kendrick's performances are top tier, and he's going to be putting on a show. So I cannot wait at the end of the day to see what he's going to be doing for the halftime show, because I know it's going to be super, super big. Now, one person that wants to be petty Pendergrass about Sunday is, and I'm not going to say petty Pendergrass as much as I just think this was bad timing.
Lil Wayne has something coming for the fans. After being snubbed as the headliner for the Super Bowl-likes halftime show, the rapper has hinted at a special surprise for his hometown, New Orleans. Taking to his Instagram page on Tuesday, Wayne told fans to be on the lookout for an announcement later in the week. "Y'all know I'm not going to be there this week, which means I guess there's a seat to fill," he said. "Shout out to New Orleans, but I've been working on something very special. I got something exciting coming for you Thursday the 6th. He added that he'll be chilling until then. Instead of Wayne, the NFL chose Kendrick Lamar to headline the Super Bowl halftime show. Shortly after the announcement, Wayne expressed his disappointment while performing at Lil Louisiana Fest. "I told myself I want to be on stage at the Super Bowl in front of my mom, and I worked my 8 off to get that position," he told the crowd. "It was ripped away from me, but this moment right here, they can't take this away from me." So what do you think Wayne has in store for New Orleans? Will it be a new track, an exclusive concert?
But the whole thing is, why are you announcing that you have something big for New Orleans 3 days before the Super Bowl? Three days before the Super Bowl. Like, Wayne, no one cares that you have anything going on. Okay, yes, it's your hometown, New Orleans. You have something big for them, yes. Then make that announcement for just New Orleans, or just do it for New Orleans. The world doesn't have to know that you're doing something for New Orleans just a few short days before the album. Kim Crawford, what's going on? Right, because he can't plan anything. So it's like, my brother, all right, we get you are salty that you are not performing for the Super Bowl. We get that. You don't have to be so loud about being salty you're not performing for the Super Bowl. Allow this to be Kendrick's week. That's all. Just allow this to be Kendrick's week. If you want to do something for New Orleans, you do it and announce it in fucking New Orleans. The world don't have to know that you have something big coming for New Orleans and, oh, let's wait to see what Lil Wayne. No one gives a fuck what Lil Wayne has for New Orleans. I said it. No one really gives a fuck. Maybe New Orleans does, but no one really gives a fuck what Wayne has for New Orleans at the end of the day. Yeah, maybe he has a new tape, maybe he has a new record, which again, you can tweet that, sir. You can tweet that. You can just put it out, whatever the hell. The world doesn't have to know that you have something big, okay? So pause. While we're on Grammy news, TG, what's going on? Making an announcement about an announcement, right? Like, what are you going to be doing for New Orleans? Why didn't you just say I have something big for New Orleans coming this week? You could have just said that part. We didn't have to get an announcement about an announcement. It's crazy. This is 2025. Either when you announce something, just do the shit. Simple as that. Speaking of announcements, Beyonce was announced Best Album of the Year. Country Album of the Year. How many fucking things did she take home? How many of them damn things she stick on? You see something? Okay, so I think it was his best country album and best album of the year. Oh, she's the first black woman to ever win the best country album, which a lot of people weren't feeling that. A lot of people weren't feeling that, and now, of course, she's going on tour. Now, my whole thing is, let me just play this real quick. But my whole thing is, you only got the album really because of what your husband said the year before. Shocked that fucked me up. You pretended to be shocked that you won Best Country Album, knowing that you was in the goddamn category. Just like you pretended to be shocked you won Best Album. Listen, Beyonce, the only reason you won the album is because the nigga back there, the Basquiat back there, last year said, y'all done nominated my wife every goddamn year and never give her the album. If he didn't get his ass up there and say that, we would not be sitting here today talking about this thing here. Terrible acting. Terrible. Absolutely horrible. Absolutely. You knew the camera was panning to you. Like, come on now. That's what I'm saying. Like, this is why you didn't get no more goddamn roles. What was after that? Cadillac Records? You ain't get no more goddamn roles after that. You ain't get no more goddamn roles. I'm telling you. What was this? You pretended to be shocked that you won the Best Country Album.
Beyonce stunned, shocked, and surprised after winning Best Cowboy Carter.
I don't know.
Beyonce.
What was that? What was that? What was this? No. What was this? What was this? I'm not blind. Talking about acting. What was this? You didn't think the camera was gonna stay here? Huh? You didn't think the camera was gonna see that Beyonce turned her goddamn head when you tried to kiss her? Huh? You ain't see that? You ain't think we was gonna see that, huh? ain't nobody thought we was gonna see this part, huh? I said, wait a minute. She turned her head. That was get away from me, nigga. Listen, ladies, y'all know what that was. I ain't gotta say too much into it. Ladies, y'all know what that was. I'll play it again if you don't get. Y'all know what that was. Look at Jay's face. Oh my God, I should have kept it right there. It's Jay's face. Jay frustrated as hell. She gave it's the Herbiani, what's going on? It's the head turn. Listen, everybody that's been in relationships know what I'm talking about when she gives you the head turn. When she gives you that head turn, it's over. It's not, you not getting no. Listen, any other time she has kissed her husband on camera, has she not? Any other time she done kissed Jay in the mouth on camera, whatever. This is the first time that we just seen live on camera the discrepancy. They're not real. Everybody knows Everybody knows what I mean by that head turn. He leaned in for it too. He leaned in for it. I'll play it for you again. I'll play it for you again. He leaned in for it though. That face right there. That's the face that'll be on t-shirts. Just replace this whole face right here with the Michael Jordan crying face emoji. Replace that whole face there with the Michael Jordan crying face emoji right here. This whole look right here. Put the Michael Jordan crying face emoji on Jay. I'm trying to tell you. Jay was not happy in this second, but he had to play it off. Smooth playoff. Smooth playoff. I can't say all the way bad acting on this part right here, even though Beyonce wasn't acting. Beyonce wasn't doing no acting on this one. Oh no, see, you harsh with it. You harsh with it. I got security guard in my mouth. You don't want this. Or do you? It's just a little harsh. That's harsh. That's harsh right there. Nah, I saw it. I saw it. That wasn't that turn. That was the other head turn. Man. I'm trying to tell you. It's gonna come out that she doing something with that security guard or bodyguard. It's gonna come out. You got him a whole seat. You got him a whole company worth millions of dollars. Okay. Okay, B. You and him splitting your assets. You're not showing up to parties and. Now remember these same Grammys, right? These same Grammys. This nigga done offered you drinks sitting right next to you. This nigga was 2 rows behind you. Am I the only one that was off with that one? This nigga was 2 rows behind her. Oh no, he's sitting behind the same table. I'm about to say. Okay. At the same damn table. But it's just this look right here. The head, it's just that head turn right there. It's just that head turn right there. Too funny. Alert. Like I said, this is just terrible acting. Terrible acting. You right though. Yes, he was very far still. He's very far still. That's what I'm like. You could tell there is distance. You could tell there is some type of distance here.
Wow, I really was not expecting this.
Just moments.
Really? I really was not expecting this.
A bullshit.
I really was not expecting this. Okay, B.
After entering the Crypto.com arena, Cowboy Carter herself shared a hug with Billie Eilish and Cynthia Erivo, then made her way to the stage.
No, I gotta pause that.
In Grammy's history, makes history yet again as the first Black female artist to win a Golden Gramophone in the country music category in 51 years.
Wow, I still am in shock. So thank you so much for this honor.
Unbelievable. See what I did there? I'm trying to tell you, it's more and more evident that she is a damn witch nowadays. That damn light ass blonde. Anyway, I said Beyonce acting very shy. Now, someone that was crying in the crowd while she was winning the award was Billie Eilish. Now, of course, I didn't put the clip there, but the reason why I'm even mentioning Billie Eilish is because it's kind of crazy that you would even see Billie Eilish crying over Beyonce, right? You're seeing her crying over Beyonce, and like, what does that have to do with anything? It's the fact that Billie Eilish is pretty much the young predecessor to what Beyonce is right now, if you think. So what I'm getting at here is, okay, so remove some of these things here. Matter of fact, has anybody noticed or taken a look at Billie Eilish's new perfume? So, Billie Eilish has a new perfume called Your Turn. Now, what was alarming to me about this particular perfume is just this ad in general. This ad in general. Now, let me big it up a little bit for those that, this ad right here bothers me. Because when I see her having a perfume out titled Your Turn, and she has almost like this little girl skirt on, or this little ballerina outfit on, with her hands in between her legs, like she's covering her area. Like, the whole ad is like a little girl protecting her innocence in a sense. Does it not look like that? And then I'm seeing to the right of that says Your Turn. Then I see also for the same Your Turn ad is the roll of the dice. Like party favor games. Like I said, this whole campaign of it, this whole trafficky campaign for Billie Eilish just brings me back to when Justin Bieber was talking about, protecting her. When and I didn't even know that they had, such an interesting relationship back in the day. That Billie Eilish pretty much, So do I have that clip up still of Billie Eilish being on the talk show? Let me see. Oh, matter of fact, let me do this. So, Where is it? Where is it this one? Oh, here it goes. Okay. So this is when, ironically, young Billie Eilish was on the Ellen DeGeneres show.
So you're a fan of Justin Bieber's, and he just started following you on today, right? He just started following you? You excited about that? Yeah. You haven't met him before?
No.
All right, well, you should meet him. No, he's not here. No. 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 Oh, my God. I'm just...
You better... Hey, you got to watch yourself,
I
bro.
know. I'm so sorry. No, he's not in there either.
Okay. Okay.
No,
Man, what the?
I know.
Hey, his butt has been on here.
Yeah, his butt has been on that seat before. But you will meet... You will meet him. You someday. He's not here today, but you will. All right. I think what I...
What the hell?
I don't know. What? I didn't have Justin. I had him. He was in there. He's gone now. All right.
How disappointed she was it wasn't really Justin. But the crazy thing is how many of these young kids ended up going on Ellen DeGeneres, the ones that pretty much have went through the ringer, if you will. How many of them have actually been on either the Disney Network, Nickelodeon, or have went through this funnel of Ellen DeGeneres show? Like I said, it reminded me of when Justin was pretty much saying that he wanted to protect her. Now, I didn't know, like I said, how close their relationship actually was.
He's a good friend of mine. He, has been so helpful for me in terms of just like dealing with fame.
For Billie Eilish, Justin Bieber is anything but a bad guy.
I'm the bad guy. Duh.
In fact, she says the Canadian superstar has helped her navigate fame.
But it was amazing. He's so sweet.
The 19-year-old Grammy winner joined the morning mashup on SiriusXM Hits 1 on Thursday to talk about her new album, Happier Than Ever, and took a minute to gush over the yummy singer.
Can you get in the studio with Justin, please? Make it happen.
Yeah, what's up with that?
I don't know. He's just the sweetest baby ever. I love him.
Of course, Billie's loved Justin for a long time.
It started when I was like 12, I believe.
Yeah, back in 2019, before the two had met, she told ET he was her first celebrity crush.
Did you have posters in your room?
I did, yeah, like big ass ones.
And she told ET Justin actually reached out to her in her DMs.
Is anyone sliding into those DMs yet?
I mean, Bieber did.
What did he say?
Well, the first thing he sent was a screenshot of a DM I sent him in 2014.
Stop, so he remembered from 20...
He didn't remember it, but you know how when you follow somebody, you can see everything they've DM'd you in the past?
Right. So when he started following you, he got the notification?
Yeah.
Oh, what did that do for your heart? That's amazing.
It like felt good and it felt bad at the same time.
Yeah. Of course, since then, the two have collaborated on a remix of Bad Guy.
Yeah, I'm a bad guy, ain't no holding back guy, come off like a mad guy.
Now, of course, I can't play that.
It's so incredible and it was so amazing.
And on Thursday, Billie said Justin has helped her learn how to manage fame and all that comes with it.
He's a good friend of mine. He, has been so helpful for me in terms of just like dealing with fame.
Now, here's the thing about that, right? It didn't alarm me. Yes, thank you, Icon Vonnie. Very questionable. So it didn't alarm me until she said that he had been in contact with me since I was 12. Because that would have been 2014 when she was 12. She's 23 now, so it would have been 11 years ago. So was it 2014, right? Which means if we're going to bash Drake, somebody was 20 years old when this little girl was 12. So, like I said, if we're going to be fair here and call things down the line, there is something very weird about a 20-year-old sliding in 12-year-old's DMs. Okay? Now, another thing is Justin himself, of course, like I said, has publicly, let me also throw Justin some bail here. Throw Justin a little bit bail here. Because how Justin looks now is the reason why he would like to protect Billie Eilish. How he looks now versus how he used to look. The Justin now is, if you haven't noticed, being prepared for death. As we covered this very tough topic before in the pod with Sloan Bella, shout out to Sloan Bella, God bless, in which she pretty much channeled his energy, and Justin's being pretty much prepared for an overdose death that's going to pretty much happen around the same time or a little bit before Diddy goes to trial. So she was anticipating this about April, May, when Justin just suddenly overdoses. So like I said, when I saw the whole Billie Eilish perfume, when I saw that ad, I couldn't help but think back when Justin said these words.
Me being that young and being in the industry and not knowing where to turn, and everyone, telling me they love me and, just turn their back on you in a second. If she ever needs me, I'm going to be here for her. But yeah, just protecting those moments, because people take for granted encounters, and
people take for granted those encounters.
I just want to protect her, I don't want her to lose it. I don't want her to, go through anything I went through. I don't wish that upon anybody. So, yeah, if she ever needs me, I'm just a call.
And I don't think necessarily when he said lose it, he wasn't talking about just lose your mind. He was talking about lose your innocence. Losing your innocence in this industry. Something that's very important to maintain. Very important to maintain and very hard to keep. Very, very hard to keep. As like I said, Justin's pretty much lost his. Justin's lost his all the way. So, like I said, it was just one thing that I wanted to just a couple things that I wanted to point out when I saw Billie Eilish, crying over Beyonce. It was like, damn, the cycle repeats in a sense. That's what it felt like to me. The cycle repeats. Says Billie Eilish perfume gives me Rihanna Wait Your Turn music video vibes. I have yet to hear Cowboy Carter as I try. I'm not listening to that. I'm not listening to that. I am not listening to that. No. You won't bring me to listen to that. I can't listen to a Beyonce album anyway. It's a lot of albums that I can't listen to because I just don't relate. That's really what it comes down to. Some things I can't listen to because I can't relate. And I don't feel right listening to. So I did take it upon myself to listen to her Renaissance album, because at the time I was just starting to do potting, and I wanted to at least, have a good review of the album. It was being talked about, but other than that, I can't do it. I just can't. I can't. But yeah, God bless and shout out to Justin Bieber. God bless and shout out to Justin Bieber. We still early. We still early, y'all. Don't worry. We still early. We still early in the game. All right, so my homegirl Rhapsody won a Grammy. Rhapsody won a Grammy. I was so happy to see that she won a Grammy for Best Melodic Performance. Best Melodic Rap Performance for 3 a.m. with Erykah Badu. Now, hopefully it wasn't because... Hopefully it wasn't just because of Erykah Badu, but I mean, Rhapsody, like I said, has been nominated countless times for Best Rap Album and never necessarily gotten the actual Grammy, I don't think. Actually, no, how many times has she won a Grammy? Let me see something. Is that her first one? Oh, that's her first one. Okay. Oh, she was just nominated for it. Okay. That's why it says she won. It says there she won. Yeah, it says she won. Okay, I don't know why the Grammy thing doesn't have her win up there yet. But anyway, yeah, so shout out to Rhapsody for winning the award. Black female rappers. Now, reason why I'm talking about Rhapsody is because another female rapper that shut shit down, and I told everybody she was going to shut shit down, was someone that had the best rap album of the year. And that was my homegirl, Doechii. Doechii shut shit down at the Grammys. And I'm glad she got to show off, you know, her real sexy side too, because she has this knack for in her videos to be very weird and different. This time she got to show off her very simple, sexy side, which was her very simple, sexy, but very educated black woman. Very educated, very articulated black woman. I love Doechii. I absolutely love Doechii. And her album, once I heard it, I said she's going to win Rap Album of the Year. There's nothing else that sounds like this year. Nothing else. Doechii, ladies and gentlemen. Doechii. And I remember when I first... Yes, Black Theater Kid for real. I remember when I first put people on the Doechii. I remember when I first put my party channel on the Doechii. And it's like, who the fuck is a Doechii? Like, all right, you're going to have to hear about her. You're going to have to hear about her. Yes, I can't wait for that record too. I cannot wait for a Kendrick and Doechii record. Yes, Doechii is very refreshing, and a lot of people say she has like a very. You can hear the nuance reference she was doing with Busta. She has a very Busta, Missy type of style to her, and it's so unique. Even with her flows, her videos, her concepts she does. I cannot wait to see what is in store for Doechii coming up these next couple years. I like that. Yes, trying to be the new female Rakim. She is dope. Very dope lyricist. Very dope lyricist. I cannot wait for what's in store for her. I'm gonna just say it. Shall I do the Justin Bieber's wife story? Yeah. So a lot of people think that Haley is probably gonna have something to do with if something does happen to Justin. A lot of people are already pointing the finger at Haley. That's the crazy part. Allegedly, if something happens to Justin, people are already pointing the finger at her. Yes. Thank you, Freebie. Thank you, Freebie. Yes. If you want to check out Doshi's album, Alligator Bites Don't Heal, fucking fire project. Fire project. Definitely check out Alligator Bites Don't Heal. Even the title track record is dope, but like I said, definitely check her out. Okay. Oh, so do they have this actual performance here? Or do I? In fact, do I have it? I think I do. I do. I have this very cringing performance of the night. So not everybody had a wow performance. Yeah, it's not an actual album, it's a mixtape. It's not an actual album, but they're projects. I call them projects. But yeah. It's one of those. So Janelle Monáe, right? First of all, shout out to Janelle Monáe. Shout out to Janelle Monáe. She means well. She always means well. However, there are times where you should leave certain acts to the guys. Or if you're able to actually... Now, see, this is the thing. You're a great prince. But stay on the prince side. Because what was this am I looking at? What in the fuck am I hearing? What in the fuck are you doing, Janelle? Did you not have enough water before this performance? Were you not moisturized? That hair tells me that as well. Because who in the fuck decided that this was a good idea? The hair in the performance. Who decided this was a good idea? Then you half-assed the look. You don't have the glove on. You have the silver microphone stand. Now, that's the thing. I think we done with the Michael tributes after this shit. This put it in the coffin. Oh yeah, I absolutely agree with you. I've always said that Eve should have been rap album of the year because Eve had literally I think it was every single black female leader as a title to the song. That was creative enough, and for each record to actually mean something and be great, definitely deserved. She was definitely snubbed that year. Janelle Monáe, you have done much better. I'm not even going to say you can do better. You have already done much better. So you know better. That's the best way I can say it. You know better. This half-ass fake silver and diamond encrusted rhinestone mic you got, you couldn't even have the decency to wear the glove. You got the two-step going. You got mic step going. But I don't understand why you don't have the glove. I don't understand this hair. I don't understand this entire look that you have going here. This whole look screams can't invest in me anymore. They just asked me to do this shit, so I'm up here. That's what this look screamed to me. This is Bad Boy didn't pay me this month. That's what this look screamed. Bad Boy ain't paid me in a long time look. This look crazy right here. Right. I don't know what that is on top of her head. I don't know what this is. Is it a wig? I don't know. This look crazy though. And it's the notes. It's just that first couple of notes. I'm glad this was only less than a minute and they cut the commercial. Now Janelle. The fuck am I looking? What is she doing up here? So, who was the choreographer for this shit? Who sat with her during rehearsal? Who sat with her ass during rehearsal? I want to know. I got 5 fingers to the face for who sat with her during this goddamn rehearsal and told her any of this was a good idea. Because I'm highly confused. This is not it. Yes, where's Chris Brown when you need him? Chris Brown would have moonwalked her ass right off the stage. What am I looking at here? This is complete Michael Jackson mockery. That man is spinning in his grave right now. What is this crackhead shit I'm looking at? This is going on a t-shirt. What is this crackhead shit I'm looking at right here? This is a doped up ass performance, I'm telling you. She hit the moonwalk. I can give her that. She hit the moonwalk. She hit the moonwalk. But the Leon the Lover halfway taking off the coke, as you said, you took the words right out of my mouth. Cocaine is a hell of a drug. Cocaine is a hell of a drug. Cause Lord have mercy. Oh my goodness. Oh Lord. Oh, Diddy got y'all looking bad out here. Diddy got y'all looking terrible. Thank you, Lord Jesus. Diddy got y'all looking horrible out here. Yeah, so is the Tootsie. So is the Tootsie. Oh my Lord. These are real tears, y'all. These are real tears. What was I looking at with Janelle? They done did you bad, baby. They done did you bad. I didn't know that icon. I did not know that. That's an interesting. Okay, so Alligator for the album Doshi. Alligator Bites Don't Heal. That's crazy that the name of the album is Alligator Bites Don't Heal. So Alligator Bites is symbolic, as well as they use black women as bait for alligators. That's wild. That's wild. I didn't know that. That's an interesting fact there, Icon. Yeah, I don't think Janelle Monáe was sober during this performance whatsoever. Like I said, it was just the stiff shoulder. Until she hit the moonwalk, the crowd was ready to hit the Apollo broomstick on her ass. Until she hit that moonwalk. Yes, what is this? What is them glasses on her face? This look crazy. This whole look embarrassing. This entire look is embarrassing. They would have yanked her ass off the stage in Apollo. Off the stage. Broom and all. And I said, them first two notes told me what I was about to listen to. And then you had the nerve to finish that shit. Whew. I said, I'm glad this whole tribute was only 50 seconds. And they cut your ass to commercial. Saved by the bell, goddammit. Saved by the motherfucking bell. Yes, call somebody. I know Usher was coming back from Vegas, and y'all don't like Chris Brown too tough. But damn it, call somebody next time. Call his son something. His son doing the damn movie. Call him up or something. Don't do this no more. Like I said, I think Janelle has officially retired the Michael Jackson tributes. She has officially retired them. Yes, bless her soul, because I don't want to say tried. I ain't giving her that much credit. I ain't giving her that much credit on the tried part. Ain't no way in hell. It's all right. You stupid. I'm trying to tell you, bruh. I said, what is this crackheaded shit I'm looking at up here? This is our dance for $1. I'm trying to tell you. I just need to get a bottle for. What the hell was that? All right. See, that's the thing. The Grammys. Why is niggas turning the Grammys into the BET Awards? That's the best way I can say. Why are niggas turning the Grammys into the BET Awards? Because on top of Janelle, with this damn Pookie Michael Jackson tribute, with this bullshit up here, we got Kendrick got his homie doing his damn acceptance speech. Wasn't even Kendrick. His homie doing his West Side. Shout out to the homie's acceptance speech. But then the Rhapsody was probably the only, and Doshi was probably the only civilized motherfuckers there. I tell you. Then we have this shit. The cover of the story. Matter of fact, I'll use my own goddamn cover for this. Every time this child step out the house, there needs to be some type of wardrobe security. There needs to be a hidden FBI mirror in his house or something. Somebody needs to dress up as a mirror and pretend it is an actual mirror in the house and just say, hey, nigga, stop. Stop. What are you doing? No. You cannot do this. No. When he stepped out at the wedding with the Batman outfit, remember that? When this nigga stepped out with the Batman outfit? Hold on. I didn't know he had a whole goddamn song called Batman too. He went and reincarnated the goddamn. Anyway. When this nigga showed up to go with the goddamn wedding with this on. See, it was then I questioned What did they lace this child's milk with? What on earth did they lace his shit with? On top of that, following this was, when I turned 18, I'm going to cut my dick off. Then I looked at Will and said, there's something else going on in this household. That child made this decision, and you approved of it. There is something else going on in this household that you were okay with your son saying he was going to cut his dick off at 18. There is something else happening. Yeah, you said it right, Lou. The Smith children are what childhood trauma look like. This right here, though, this is why I call it head of household. Why do you have what is the black household, black head of household? What is this representing? Are you trying to make a joke of it? Now, see, there was footage of him literally ignoring his dad at the Grammys. So I thought that maybe this particular getup was dissing his father because it's black head of household is the joke that he's trying to do, I guess, here, because it's a black house on top of his head. It's black head of household. So him ignoring Will at the Grammys, I was like, oh, this is genius. This is genius. This is absolutely genius. These kids are embarrassed of their parents. You hear me? This is why Willow is publicly saying, my parents have nothing to do with my success. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Just shut the fuck up. No one would care unless you had Smith on the back of your name, Willow. If you were Willow Johnson, I'm gonna leave that one alone. If you were Willow Johnson, nobody would care. Okay. Same with you, Jaden. You were Jaden Johnson. No one would care, unless you were playing basketball or something. Someone says somewhere house ninja. Yes, fashion trolling is definitely a thing. I don't know if he fumbling bad chicks his age. I'm wondering if he done told them that, that unsettling, I guess, thought that he had. Because that's almost like suicide. Telling somebody you're going to cut your dick off. That's like, for a man, that's suicide. That's the equivalent of. You just destroy, you getting rid of your manhood. That's the equivalent of. Didn't he get emancipated? I don't know. I don't think so. I didn't go. I don't think he went through with it. I don't think he went through with it. Kamikaze, what's going on? I said, I'm glad. I'm glad he did not go through with it if he did. I'm glad he did not, because that would have been tragic. He would have been the very first man, especially celebrity man. The amount of pussy that's thrown at Jaden, that's what baffled me about that. The amount of I ain't talking about just even the older, molestation pussy. I'm talking about the regular of age, I'm saying consensual pussy that is thrown at Jaden. I am utterly shocked that you would even entertain cutting your shit off. And you are Will Smith's son. I was insulted. I was insulted for Will. Big Money, what's going on? Like, I was very upset. I was very insulted for Will. Why would you tell people that, son? Why? Why would you do that? Don't you know who kids you are? Anywho. Speaking of embarrassed parents, Speaking of embarrassed parents, I know good and damn well that this child parents is somewhere. I'm telling you, the cheese and crackers got thrown in the sky this night. I'm trying to tell you. How much shit like it's in a safe mode or something? What the hell? You let my shit in safe mode. Hold on. Oh, just this particular browser, I guess. Never mind. Here we go. So, I didn't understand. And YouTube shouldn't be mad at me for this. I didn't understand. Matter of fact, I'll just go over here with it. But I didn't understand when I opened my phone up and said, wait a minute, didn't he do this shit with Kim K? And ain't nobody said shit? Or something like it. He did something very similar to it. I mean, he had Kim Kardashian butt naked on the back of a Kawasaki in a video. Why are y'all surprised now that Kanye is doing shit like this? Number one. Number two, I don't know if these women are possessed or okay with what he does. But at the same time, I could tell she's somewhat okay with it because they were having the time of their lives at a party at the Grammy after party. I'm talking about the time of their lives. Man is now, $2.2 billion richer. Right? So, let's just put that in perspective, right? So, Grammy. Like, these two were having the time of their fucking life. Like, this didn't scream she's being held against her will or anything. Did this scream these two are equally this fucking nuts? That's what this tell me. This don't tell me nothing about someone being held against their will or anything.
But two show-stopping looks at the 2025 Grammys. After the Australian model and her husband, Kanye West, made a surprise appearance at the red carpet February 2nd, where Bianca wore nothing but a sheer slip dress exposing her fully nude body, she opted for another sheer look at the after parties. In photos at a post-Grammys 2025 celebration alongside Kanye, Bianca donned a slightly sheer black thong bodysuit with furry black heeled boots and a slick back bun hairstyle. She and the runaway rapper, who similarly wore an all-black look topped off with Prada sunglasses, hopped on the mic among revelers. The couple's after-party moment comes after they skipped out on the Grammys ceremony itself at Crypto.com Arena in Los Angeles. Although rumors circulated that Kanye and Bianca had been asked to leave the event due to not being invited, E! News learned that the duo opted to leave on their own accord following their photo op rather than staying for the ceremony. Later, Kanye shared details on Bianca's shocking look to his Instagram, writing in a since-deleted February 2nd post, quote, custom couture Grammy dress for the most beautiful woman ever. In addition to Bianca's look, the attendance of Kanye at all was surprising, despite his nomination for Best Rap Song alongside A$AP Rocky for Carnival. The win ultimately went to Kendrick Lamar's Not Like Us.
Rightfully so, of course, but listen, at this point, I am not surprised by anything Kanye does. Just like, okay, so perfect example, right? You see how everybody turned a blind eye to Kanye's lawsuit? I didn't necessarily turn a blind eye to his lawsuit. I just didn't care to read it, and then I see the inevitable happening already. I said, there's no sense in me reading this because it's coming up during the whole Diddy thing, and now I'm already sensing, okay, there's more to meets the eye here. There's a lot to unpack, but there's some type of obvious connection in some type of way between Kanye, 50, Drake, and Diddy. There's some type of weird connection there as far as the similarities in the quote-unquote freak-offs. There's something going on there. Now, even if you X 50 out that equation, right, and you still leave Kanye, Drake, and Diddy in that equation, right, you can still say 3 out of 3 have been in freak-offs. You can say 3 out of 3 have controlled, conducted, or been in freak-offs. That's Drake with the dog mask leaving the Mark Hotel. That's Kanye and his allegations. Diddy is already spoken for. Okay? So, yes, I don't think she's trying to get money for herself at all. She has her own money, and her family is very wealthy. This isn't a money thing. I can't even say brainwashed. I can't even say brainwashed, really. I can't even say brainwashed because, like I said, when you see her at the after party and she's piggyback riding him and licking him, I can't say that's brainwashed. I say that's two people that, you know, are actually in some type of love, some type of way. Like I said, they look like a match made in heaven with how crazy they fucking are. Bianca obviously is somewhat comfortable with what she does. It's not like this is a one-time thing, a one-trick pony. This is something that she noticeably does all the time. Excuse me, not noticeably, notably does all the time. This is a signature thing of Bianca's at this point. At this point, can you really think it's just Kanye that say, "Hey, bitch, I want you to be naked at the Grammys," or is this someone that used to be his, I think, his former assistant or stylist or something like that? Someone that used to be one of his stylists. Okay, someone that is actually into fashion like he is. I would think someone like this is actually, you know, purposely doing this. But hey, let me remove this picture before YouTube says, "Hey, he's showing nudity." No, it's just the crazy woman on the damn screen. Anyway, where was we at? Okay, so I know I forgot something. I know I forgot something. It was this article. Yeah, it was this one. This is hilarious. It's a ritual in plain sight. I can see where you could say humiliation ritual in plain sight. I can see where you could say that. At the same time, is it really if she's, you know, very willing to actually do it? That's the only thing. Where's the real? Because humiliation would mean the person actually feels humiliated. You got to think about that too. If the person doesn't actually feel embarrassment or humiliation, is it really a ritual? The person doesn't feel embarrassed or, you know, even the slightest bit of hesitation or nervousness to do it, and it's their decision to actually do it. Is it really a ritual? I do get I do see where you're getting at though. I do see where you're getting at that though. Yes, the Censor family is very mob tied. Very mob tied. I think it was the uncle that recently said something. The uncle, I believe, said something publicly that, you know, almost made it like it was a threat that he was going to be coming to have a talk, or he just wants to have a talk with Kanye. So, all right. Let me see. Oh, so in other news, do I have a? Oh, I know I got it. Oh, where's my other page at? Is it? Okay. So I know some of y'all have heard about this American woman that was in Pakistan and it says American woman in Pakistan baffles internet as she refuses to leave after planned marriage to teenager fell apart. Why is she refusing to leave is, confusing to me. When at first, I think she was actually begging to come back. Now, all of a sudden, she's refusing to leave. Before, she was begging to come back. Now, she's refusing to leave. So, a New York woman has... Well, I'll just play the thing real quick, so... Gotta let the ad go by. But, shout out to everybody tuning up in here. I must not be low because not a single person has said I was. So I must not be low this evening. My levels must be good, which means we did good. Which means we're all the way back now, and I don't have to use that crappy microphone camera, and I don't have to overexert myself. Okay. Why is the volume down?
Pakistan in October 2024. She intended to marry Nidal Ahmed Memon, a 19-year-old she met online. Upon arrival, Robinson faced rejection as Memon's family opposed the marriage. Stranded in Karachi with an expired tourist visa, she wandered aimlessly, even lingering around Memon's vacated home. Robinson's story quickly gained traction on social media, particularly TikTok. Her bold demands and wild tale captivated audiences, turning her into an unexpected online sensation. In various videos, Robinson made unclear demands for money, claiming she needed thousands of dollars. She expressed desires to improve infrastructure and local services in Pakistan. Despite rejection, Robinson claimed plans to move to Dubai with Memon and start a family. She refused to elaborate, citing religious reasons for keeping her personal matters private. Robinson is reportedly on her way back to the U.S., though details remain unclear. Meanwhile, man claiming to be her son, Jeremiah Robinson, gave an interview to Pakistani TV where he said his mother suffers from a mental bipolar disorder and said the marriage to Memon never occurred.
I didn't realize I did that. I thought I turned the whole thing up. So I was saying to myself, I'm like, how does a woman with a whole mental disorder even end up in Pakistan? That was my question. If she has a known mental disorder, yeah, that's another thing too. Just looking at her, you can tell there's something that's off. But why was she not? Why were there not more people? Why was there not someone of staff? If you know what I mean.
Need the perfect.
Why was there not somebody of staff trying to figure out? Hey, maybe we should get her back. Why was there not someone of staff in the family? Is what I'm getting at. She doesn't. Where'd she go? I'm talking about within 2-3 hours of time. Where is Onisha? Every hour. That should be where's Onisha? What's she doing? If that's the case, this should never be a situation to where she ends up all the way in Pakistan with an imaginary boyfriend. We shouldn't even be reading about her. My black people, y'all know. When you got the crazy auntie to check on her every 5 minutes. Listen, whoever job that was, you failed yourself. Congratulations, you played yourself, and you failed. You had one job. You had one job here. One goddamn job. Not let Onisha out of your sight. You failed miserably here. Well, if that's the case, she has a known mental illness. Like I said, where was the family security? I ain't talking about put her in a home or a asylum like that. I'm talking about where was the person that was supposed to be watching her? I know it sounds like it's all jokes, but being serious a little bit, where was the person that was actually supposed to be supervising her whereabouts is all I'm saying. That's what I'm getting at. Like I say, at the end of the day, that shouldn't be happening. That threw me for a loop just reading that earlier. Just even reading that shit earlier, that this woman supposedly had a boyfriend overseas. And then I'm thinking to myself, because at first I wanted to laugh. I was like, well, damn, he sold you a hell of a dream. You done got all the way to Pakistan, done learned the culture and all this other shit, and all that for him to, possibly just have another wife somewhere. Which that's what some of these people do in other countries. That happens for both ways as well as women as well as men. So they're in maybe transparent as far as Thailand. In Thailand, the women, don't expect to find a wife in Thailand, okay? Because the women out there are of a different culture as far as, I'm not going to say they sleep with every man, but they could very much be scamming the man that evening that they met at the club and have a husband at home. And the husband knows. Okay? The husband could be, well, how much money can we get? They could be down with it. Okay? It's that type of hustling going on. So I can definitely see where even this scenario, vice versa, could be happening the way they say, let's get this American woman over here. She has money, this, and the third. I can see why she's even probably refusing to leave. They could be treating her like gold over there. Like absolute gold. They can be treating her like rubies and diamonds compared to America. And that's another thing. I get why she might not want to come back. Because of how America is, especially right now, versus how she's probably being treated in Pakistan. Of all fucking places, I would not choose there. But hey, I definitely get it. Yes, definitely. Thank you, Medusa. Thank you so much, Medusa. Please do hit the Cash App. That is over there in the left-hand bottom corner, the Chill Murray one. Please, if you would like to donate, make sure you do hit that as well. Also, hit me on the Instagram. Hit me on Twitch, which I think I'm going to just keep the Twitch for like the exclusive watch parties and the gaming. That's what I'm going to, moving forward, we're going to do 2 nice pods a week, so I'm not burning myself out. As you can tell, I'm not only nice and clear tonight, I am nice and coherent, okay? I'm nice and coherent, damn it. I am not falling asleep, I'm not dozing over, nothing. I am here and focused. I'm focused, man. Holla at me, man. I'm here tonight, okay? So, again, hit me on the Instagram, chill_Murray. All my handles are Chill Murray. You can even find me on Twitter, even though I don't say shit. I'm just not with Twitter like that. I'm not Twitter fingers. I'm sorry. I'm not Twitter fingers. Yes, Pakistan don't like. Listen, that's what I said, Nuaz. That's what threw me for a loop. Pakistan don't even like black people. Pakistanis don't like no black people. So how is she being? Are they? You know what I'm saying, are they buttering up to cook her up later? Or what is going on? Why? How is she getting treated? I can see if she went to Egypt. I can see if she even went to Dubai, maybe. But how is she treated like gold and diamonds in Pakistan? I was very perplexed by that. In fact, let's not be. You know what I'm saying, let's look at it together real quick. I did not know this. We were wrong. We might be wrong, Nuaz. So, nevertheless, Pakistan is recognized as having one of the largest populations of Afro descendants in Asia. Shiites are based in southern Pakistan. Wow, I didn't know that. But that doesn't mean that they actually like them over there. Okay, so the African diaspora in Pakistan. I did not know that. So they're originally Afro descent. The Islamic Republic. I wouldn't have thought of that. And we the same damn skin. Ain't that something? We the same damn skin, but it's dirty to them. That's crazy. That is crazy right there. She would have been locked up anywhere else, right? Yeah, try that shit in Dubai and see what happens. Man, try that shit in Germany, Russia, any of them other places. I'm still, like I said, I'm very flabbergasted to how she is just faring over there. But the fact that they're emphasizing that she refuses to leave is kind of telling to me. The refuses to leave part is telling to me. Because that means that they trying to get rid of your ass. That don't mean that they even treating you like gold over there. That mean, bitch, you got to go home. You ain't gotta leave here. You ain't gotta necessarily leave it, but you gotta go home. I don't care where you go. You ain't gotta go home, but you gotta leave here. You gotta get the fuck out of here. That's really what that's telling me. This Pakistan woman refuses to leave. They trying to kick her ass out. They is trying to kick her big ass out, and she don't want to leave. So, again, God bless. Hopefully that woman does get a plane ticket. Hopefully her family goes. That's another thing, too. Forget, hopefully she gets back over here. Somebody need to hop their ass on the plane and go get Onisha. Go get Onisha and pick her ass up off the carpet. Get her ass off the dirt in the carpet. Take the sandals away. Put some sneakers on her feet to remind her where she's from. Take the hasha off, take the halal off, take the ruby out her head, all of that. Give her a cheeseburger and fries, and remind her where the fuck she is from, and blindfold her if you have to, blindfold Onisha, okay? She has a mental illness anyway. Blindfold Onisha. I'm telling you, put a cheeseburger and fries on a stick and blindfold the bitch, and lead her to the plane. Make sure she get on the plane, okay? Make sure. Lots of Indian-ish is in the medical field. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Yeah, lots of Indian-ish. Yeah, a lot of things come from, I guess you could say, Indian ideology. Or Asiatic ideology as well. You're absolutely right. Yeah, she definitely wearing slides on the feet by now. Get them chocolates off her. Get them chocolates off her. You know what I'm saying? Get some I ain't gonna say Neiman Marcus. You can definitely do I was gonna say damn the warehouse is closed too now. Goddamn, who's left? Show her a Gucci ad. Show her a Gucci and Prada ad or something. Get her Americanized again. Get her back over here. Show her love and hip hop. Show her love and hip hop. Show her her favorite show. Show her favorite Zeus show she watched. Get her over here. Craziness, yo. Absolutely crazy. All right, where we at? Oh. Diddy is in the hospital. I was wondering about. Diddy is back in the hospital. Not back in the hospital, but is in the hospital. I feel like there's something I missed. Oh, before that. Yeah, I'll do that real quick. That's that article. Where's the article at? Oh, here we go. Make a nigga have to turn the couch in the boom. Okay, so Sean Diddy Combs was rushed to the hospital from jail. Reports. This was just yesterday. Looks like yesterday morning. I guess what happened overnight. On the 3rd, Sean Diddy Combs was taken to the hospital last week. The New York Post recently reported the music mogul, who is being held at Brooklyn's Metropolitan Detention Center awaiting trial on federal sex trafficking charges, was taken to Brooklyn Hospital on January 30th for an MRI on his knee, according to Post source. Jay-Z accused of sexual assault 13. Okay, so then they just go into Jay-Z's case. So pretty much he's okay right now. It seems like I think he would have a scare, if anything. This is just pretty much him being fake scared in jail, that he thinks someone is going to off him. Okay, that's literally what's going on right now. He thinks someone is going to off him, and he's just being cautious about the shit. That's what I'm getting from this particular. Okay, so I think it was today. No, yesterday. Yesterday, a new lawsuit has come to fruition. Okay, so before we get into this new lawsuit, right? Recent allegations came from by way of Q, I guess you want to say, or yeah, Q from Day 26, who said he got an email from Diddy in regarding human sacrificing. Yes, I said that correctly.
If you look at what's happening now, as we're sitting here and having this interview, and afterwards we're going to go have some dinner and live our lives, Diddy is sitting in a federal holding facility, possibly facing life in prison.
Right. That's sad in itself as well.
I didn't see this coming.
No. Nobody did.
No one could have predicted, 5 years ago that Diddy would be facing life, no bail.
Yeah.
With all the other crazy stuff that came out. Like, for example, were you guys around Cassie at all?
Yeah. She's our close, good friend.
Good friend. Did you see any of the abuse?
Not at all.
Yeah.
Not at all. Yeah.
When you saw that video in the hotel hallway.
Yeah, that was fucked up. Man, that could be any man and any woman. That was not deserved. You know what I'm saying? No matter whether it was Diddy and Cassie or whoever it was, that just is ridiculous, bro. I couldn't. Yeah, that was horrible.
I mean, that video was awful. And, he's being held right now under a RICO. But I've said this publicly, I don't quite understand how one person could be a RICO. And I understand the freakiness and, he likes to see other dudes sleep with his woman. And,
allegedly.
Whatever. Like, that's,
allegedly.
Allegedly,
about it.
He may or may not be bisexual, whatever. All that's legal. I don't quite understand what exactly he's being charged with.
Me neither.
Do any of you really understand?
I mean, other than him beat, other than that.
No, but he's not being charged for
exactly.
that. That's past the statute of limitations.
He's paid off or whatever, right?
Yeah, she settled.
Yeah. I don't know, because you can't, I don't think you can go to jail for Vaseline or baby oil.
Yeah, but now you got baby oil back on the shelves again. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. He hasn't been buying out the world supply anymore.
Yeah. Yes.
I think he's a danger to the world right now.
I think trafficking. They said sex trafficking and I think it's racketeering.
I mean, that's the RICO part.
Yeah.
Racketeering. Is it,
but I don't, like I said, we don't know nothing about none of that. We hear the same thing y'all hear from social media.
Like when you start traveling, and people start traveling, and there are a bunch of moving parts.
Yeah.
And a person is being accused of that.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just.
I mean, there's a million stories and conspiracy theories out there right now. So, I'm just waiting on the judgment day because I don't know. I never really experienced none of the bad stuff that everybody talking about. You know what I'm saying? And I do see some stuff that's weird. Like you can't go to jail for baby oil. Why is this even a part of the? You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Like it's just certain things that don't ring right to me. And I'm not one of the people that's gonna believe everything I hear anyway. But
well,
I
was with
wrong,
Dirty Money, and I sung background for them when I wasn't a part of Day 26. So I was able to be around them through the album process of them creating Last Train to Paris.
And what I witnessed was a sober Sean and a regular Sean. Like when he's regular, he's very cool, very giving, like it will invite you to dinner, you know what I mean? Feed you around his table. What up, Playboy? What up? Be very excited. Then I saw a high Sean too, which was very dangerous. So that's why I said I feel like he's in jail, and I'm not judging anybody because I think he needs prayer and help, but he's in jail because he's a danger to himself, first of all, and he's a danger to the world right now. And I think there's a lot of people that are scared that didn't come out in the beginning, that are very scared because it's a scary situation. It's not just him that could possibly hurt you. It's people around him that are still close to him that could hurt you, or it's just really deep, man, with Sean. So I would say I think he's in jail right now just for a good reason.
Well, I did an interview with Roger Bonds, who was in security. Was he around you guys?
No.
No?
I don't think he was around. Well, he was around him.
I was around Roger Bonds.
He was around him, right. And he witnessed all the abuse.
Yeah.
But, you know, what you're saying is, you know, basically consistent to what he was saying was that Diddy was, you know, over time became a drug addict.
Yeah.
You know, he would go on these drug binges. You know, him and Cassie would lock themselves in these hotel rooms for 3-4 days, go on these binges, and during the binges, that's when allegedly the freak offs happen or whatever else, and then they would go and get IVs.
Yeah.
And you know what I'm saying? Try to rejuvenate themselves.
That's a fact.
And then a week or two later, go through the same type of thing.
He's also the person that said that Diddy said that he never cared about making a band, and he never planned on using, you know, making a band successful. Like it was
just basically like a lick for him. Basically.
Yeah, like he never really had a business mind for
James said that. Well, my thing with Roger Bonds was like I had an issue with him, and I was kind of like nervous around them because I was in the email, and I saw some things in a personal email that threw me off guard.
Like what?
I don't want to go into details right now, but it just threw me off guard. You know what I mean? To make me be like, you know what I mean? Like I understand you crying now and of the trauma that you've seen, but what about me, bruh?
Mm-hmm.
Like, what about the trauma you put me through when I read that email?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, that's why it's just not like Sean that's guilty. They're all fucking guilty, man. Like, and I don't just put the blame on Sean. I blame everybody that's in his circle. They're all millions and they want to be like him. And if they can't be like him, they try to come against him. If they don't got the money or they can't get it as quick as him or whatever he's doing to get it, you know, then all of a sudden it's like, let's turn against him now, you know what I mean? Because I guess whatever, I don't know.
Well, you said that you've seen the drugged out Diddy.
Yeah.
What would happen during those times?
Well, I mean, I'll keep it very short. Things felt very sacrificial.
Shit.
Okay, explain.
I can't. And I don't want to sound like I'm a conspiracy person too, you know what I mean? Because I'm not. But when you're under a power, man, it's just, I can't go into details now, but sir, like, I'll tell you, it felt like some sacrificial stuff was going on, man. Like, it felt very scary and weird to where I ran to get help. I ran to my doctor. I spoke up with my family. I spoke up to people around me because I was like, if this is true, and I'm caught missing or dead or something, I want you guys to know facts and the truth of what I'm going through and experiencing.
Did you have this conversation with the rest of the group?
Yeah, they know.
So when you guys heard this,
we was in tears. Like,
oh,
yeah,
wow,
in tears, real. I love my brother. What's going on? Tears, real, hurt, pain. Like that.
I got to get an injection in my arm every month for mental health now for the rest of my life.
What's the?
They diagnosed me as schizophrenic and bipolar. The same thing, kind of like what Fred said he was going through. But it's just, I didn't experience suicide thoughts. I experienced other thoughts of being harmed and stuff.
Yeah, I have people in my family who are both schizophrenic and other people that have been bipolar.
Yeah, it's real scary when you got to keep it to yourself. Yeah. You start doing things. I was like walking around Rochester, bruh. Like it's like I really like lost myself for like years, and I don't cry about this no more because I'm stronger. But it's like I was going crazy, bro, trying to figure out like what's going on, and the things that I was feeling are coming to light now, and I'd be like, whoa, that had to be God, you know, intervening and removing me from that situation because it could have got really, really bad. So.
Yeah, man, I'm sorry to go through that.
It's okay.
Yeah. But at least they found something that actually helps you out to stabilize you. 'Cause I think a lot of people, they self-medicate, whether it's with pills or whatever else. Yeah, man, I'm glad you're okay.
Yeah, I'm okay.
Not good, bro.
I'll give you guys a minute.
That's a wow. That's a wow right there. That was a wow. Because you can tell he really went through that. And I don't know. So, New Eyes, are you not familiar with Day 26? Day 26 was the making the band group after Ness and all of them. I think Day 26 was after Danity Kane. So, let me see. Yeah, 2007. So they either were, I think they were before or after Danity Kane. Correct me if I'm wrong, y'all. Y'all correct me if I'm wrong. I think, let me see. When was Danity Kane? What year was Danity Kane? Okay, so they were before Danity Kane, because Danity Kane was 2010 up to 2014. So these guys were right after the original making of the band, because a lot of people remember this guy, Willie Taylor, in which I believe Willie Taylor was one of the main people that originally came out and spoke about Diddy. Let me see something. I think yeah, because people were wondering what was going on with Willie Taylor. And Willie Taylor was talking about Diddy had robbed him. So, of course, Quanell wasn't the first person to. Michael and Quanell wasn't the only people to actually go through something. Willie was too. I believe something happened with Robert Curry. I remember I heard a rumor of. I'm not too sure about this. Yes, this one right here. This guy here. Remember him? Something happened with Brian. I remember something specifically happened with a molestation that happened with Brian. And Brian actually passed away in 2012. Did Brian pass away? No, Brian's still alive. No, Brian's still alive. Something happened with Brian, though. There was a rumor that something happened with Brian. And he had a touching. I'll just say it like that. He had a touching or a rape allegation. Something similar to B2K. He had a very B2K-ish situation, he explained. But yeah, all the members of Day 26. All the members of Day 26. Like I said, I was taken back by the human sacrificing email. Pretty much saying that you guys were pretty much going to be sacrificed to the industry and just killed off. That whole thing, to even see that unsettling email and confirmation, like you don't know that type of stuff exists, and then you see an email involving your death pretty much being signed away on. Imagine you seeing an email that is signing away on your death. Like, hey, we're going to kill such and such on this date. That's fucked up. But this is how they see these young impressionate kids coming into the industry. like I said, it caught me off guard even seeing the whole. I was wondering all along, whatever happened to Day 26? And then I saw that interview of let me see. There's another boy group that Diddy had. I can't remember the name now. Bad boy group. Was it just Day 26? It was something else. I keep feeling like it was another group. I keep feeling like it was one other group, and I can't remember the name of it now. Could have been Diddy. Do you remember what I'm talking about? There's another making of the band. And I can't remember the name of that one. I can't remember. I just had their interview and I can't remember their names now. Hold on. Let me see some if I have it in my files. Cause it's not Day 26. It's another group. I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out another time. I'll figure it out another time. So there's a new lawsuit that's also out. Into which Diddy is being accused again of sexual assault. So this one just came out, like I said, just yesterday. Let's blow this up just a little bit here. Okay, so this is a John Doe versus Sean Combs, and I'm kind of with lead attorney on this one. Like, enough of the John Does. And this is coming from the Bloom law firm, so this isn't like a Tony Busby thing. This is a different law firm. But it's like and this is the Southern District of New York. Enough of the John Does. Why can't y'all say y'all names at this point? The guy is behind bars. He's in jail. I understand, yes, you're in fear for your life of other people he could have employed and this, that, and that. His money is exhausted right now. There's only but so much hitman money he has. Okay? The hitman money that Diddy has at this point is going to his lawyers. You have nothing to worry about. You can say your name at this point. You are pretty much fine to sit at the barbecue without getting your head blown off. Say your name. I'm tired of y'all with these John and Jane Doe shits. It's making it difficult for us to say, who was John Doe? I wonder who the Jane Doe. No, say your motherfucking name. D Woods done said her name, okay? Everybody that said they got it. Damn down to Cassie that said it. It's people that actually had shit that they stand to lose said they got in there. Say y'all motherfucking name. Y'all don't stand to lose nothing if y'all are McDonald's workers or drive-through workers. Y'all don't stand to lose nothing. If y'all are bank tellers and all that shit, y'all are fine, okay? Y'all are absolutely fine. So, says the preliminary statement here, the defendant Sean Combs, a prominent entertainment mogul, exploited his power to sexually, physically, and psychologically abuse plaintiff over more than 5 harrowing years. Combs caused plaintiff's life to spiral into a living nightmare. Plaintiff was at all relevant times a Las Vegas-based entertainer who aspired to become a musician, knowing that plaintiff desperately sought a breakthrough in the music industry. Combs enticed plaintiff with fraudulent promises of a career in the music industry. Combs used his false promises of career advancement as weapons, trapping plaintiff in a vortex of exploitation manipulation, and fear. Combs did not follow through with these promises. Instead, Combs subjected plaintiff to a relentless pattern of drugging, sexual assaults, death threats. Clandestine is a new one. Clandestine recording, blackmail, and psychological manipulation that far exceeded any bounds of consent or professionalism. Combs dehumanized plaintiff and reduced him to a mere object for Combs' own amusement and to satisfy his own sexual fetishes. Combs gravely exploited plaintiff, effectively imprisoning him and controlling him through surreptitious surveillance and filming. Combs' recordings were not just blatant invasions of plaintiff's privacy, but he wielded them as tools of blackmail, forcing plaintiff to continuously comply with his perverse sexual demands. This sounds like any other lawsuit, of course. Pretty much where he uses his money and power to get what he wants, and you pretty much comply with it, of course. So John Doe is a resident of Las Vegas, Nevada, currently, and used to stay in California. So he's former California and lives in Nevada now. So apparently this particular, now here's the thing. So this is filed in the Southern District of New York. Now this person lives in Las Vegas, Nevada, but was living in California. So keep all these key factors in mind here. We're taking all this with a grain of salt. Of course, we always believe the victims, but at the end of the day, these last few lawsuits have been sounding very, very shaky. I'm talking about quick, fast, shaky. They've been sounding very, very shaky to me. Okay, so let's get down to the factual allegations, because this just pretty much introduces who Bad Boy is at this point. We know that already. So the factual allegations. So Combs hired plaintiff to strip and dance in around 2007. So let's put the time for mine. So 2007. Okay, so let's see. I just want to put the time frame of mind. Let me see, 2007 songs. Okay, so this would be let me see. What songs did he have? I just want to see what period of time was what. Okay, so this is press play time. So this is press play Diddy. Let me see. Okay. Okay, so now that we have this better picture, I want to at least let's paint the picture of where we are. So this is press play Diddy. Okay, so this is, I got records with Christina Aguilera and all that. I have these type of records out right now, right? So we have the, what is it, the yeah, we got the Tell Me record with Christina Aguilera, the one I played on the pod one time. We're doing records with Nas and CeeLo at this time. Okay, so we're fully into Diddy the musician, the party mogul. We're definitely in Diddy party mogul mode, okay? This is prime time Diddy party, 2007. Okay, so we're good now. Chill is at the first group. No, not the first group of Shine. Not the first group of Shine. It's something Harmony. It's something Harmony, but I'll remember who it is. I'll remember who it is eventually. I can remember who it is eventually. I have to think. I have to really think about it. Because like I said, I have their interview, and it's a bunch of them that have turned gay. pretty much. And they're talking about Diddy. And I'm like, I know these boys. I can't remember their name right now. But yeah, this is press play time for Diddy. So 2007, he was hired to dance for him. So Plaintiff was recognized as one of the premier entertainers in the Las Vegas adult entertainment scene. Okay, so he's a porn star. Whoever this John Doe is a porn star. He's a Las Vegas porn star. Okay, so he's recognized as one of the premier entertainers in the Las Vegas adult entertainment scene. Let me see something. Okay, so 2007 Las Vegas entertainers. Okay, so there's an expo right here. I don't know if I want to click on that and then it shows me something I can't show on the pod. Yeah, I can't show that on the pod. Okay, I can't show that on the pod. So, all right, that I'll have to look up a different time. That I'll have to look up a different time. Okay, so he's in the adult entertainment industry. Plaintiff worked with multiple adult entertainment agencies and received his professional engagements through his agencies. Okay, so he's a sex worker that Diddy hired. As a popular and frequently sought out entertainer, Plaintiff maintained high professionalism. Both Plaintiff and the clients operated under under pseudonyms such as Plaintiff did not know the identity of the person he was meeting until he arrived at the engagement and met the client. Both Plaintiff and his agencies clearly communicated his boundaries and limitations to the clients at the outset of his engagements. In or around 2007, Plaintiff was booked through one of his agencies to perform a strip show in a hotel room in Las Vegas in accordance with standard procedures. Plaintiff did not know who he was meeting until he arrived. On the occasion, the client was Combs. Plaintiff arrived. Combs conducted a full-body pat-down. Plaintiff commenced his performance, which consisted of dancing and stripping. When the performance concluded, Combs paid Plaintiff $1,500. Now, you know what I'm also wondering too? Oh, thank you. Kim Correct. Is it Old Town? Old Town? Let me see something real quick. Yeah, it is Old Town. Yes, Old Town. No, actually, no. Now I'm looking at him. No. Huh. No. I'll look them up. I will look them up. I'll look them up. Let me not get thrown off on this. So I'm thinking now, too, being at Las Vegas adult entertainer, one of the top ones, he hired him. He's a sex worker, paid $1,500 for him to be dancing and stripping. I'm wondering if this is, okay, so this is starting to sound very factual because Jonathan Oddie. I'm thinking about Jonathan Oddie and Dancing Bears. So he hired Jonathan Oddie from the Dancing Bear Association. Remember that? From the whatever website he got Jonathan Oddie off of. I'm thinking him and Cassie got this guy off that same website. So in the following months, Combs booked plaintiff for at least 2 additional engagements in Las Vegas through plaintiff's agencies. As was the standard procedure, the client's name was not revealed ahead of time, and plaintiff did not know he would be meeting Combs until he arrived at the hotel room. Each time, Combs was present in the room with a different woman. On these additional engagements through plaintiff's agencies, Combs offered plaintiff beverages which plaintiff consumed. Combs also asked plaintiff to apply baby oil to plaintiff's skin during the performances, which plaintiff did. After applying the baby oil, plaintiff became unusually sleepy, disorientated, confused, exhausted, drowsy, weak, confused, sluggish, numb, and alarmed by the sensation of being trapped in his own body. Plaintiff felt a heavy sensation behind his eyes and felt that moving his body became more difficult and exhausting. This sounds like every other lawsuit, of course. So in the lubricant, thinning out that the baby oil is while they actually got sleepy, not necessarily something was laced in their drink. A lot of the other lawsuits, if you notice, they pretty much try to implicate it or make it look like they got something put in their drink. This person actually made it put it upon themselves to make sure they implicated the baby oil part in that, okay, that he oiled me up or made sure I had to oil myself up, and that was how I got drugged, because I had to put the baby oil on myself. So while plaintiff was in the disorientated state, Combs instructed him to perform acts that were outside the scope of the agreed upon performance and limitations set by plaintiff and his agency. Combs instructed plaintiff to engage in acts such as masturbating while Combs and the woman engaged in sexual intercourse. Remember, this is press play time. This is press play time. So we're talking about, let me see. Cassie, what song was that? Was it Make a Move? Me and You. Me and You was 2006. Press play 2007. So yes, this would be Cassie's era. So this lawsuit is Cassie's era. So this is the woman that's engaged in the sexual intercourse would be Cassie here. So plaintiff left in an incapacitated state after applying the baby oil to his skin, found himself mentally and physically unable to resist or express his discomfort, leading to his unwilling compliance with Combs' demands. Once the intoxicating effects of the substances have subsided, plaintiff felt a deep sense of humiliation and shame for being coerced into such acts. Combs recruited plaintiff to work for him directly by promising to launch plaintiff's music career. On around the third time that Combs booked plaintiff through an agency, Combs asked plaintiff to stop working with his agencies and to work directly for Combs instead. Plaintiff responded that he was experiencing financial difficulties and could not afford to stop working for the agencies. Plaintiff explained that he earned his livelihood by working for his agencies as an adult entertainer, but that he hoped to become a musical artist. So he had aspirations of becoming a music artist while he was in the entertainment industry, the adult entertainment industry. And now I understand that as well, because in that they work hand in hand. They work hand in hand in the sense that if you think about the casting couch as one thing, okay, if you want to be joking about it, but in a literal sense, they work hand in hand as far as the acting is concerned. What I mean by that is videos having the sexual appeal, of course, because sex sells. So they work hand in hand to each other in that sense. They're very profitable as far as getting an adult entertainer that, of course, is not only appealing sexually, but he also has a musical sense. Okay, so those type of things definitely work hand in hand, because the sex symbol already like this, the musician already has to be a sex symbol in selling themselves. If you have someone that already knows how to do that, you can just pretty much put the music or songs in that artist's hand. You don't necessarily have to make the music all day long. You can just put that music in their hands. Okay, so upon let me see. Upon learning that Plaintiff was an aspiring musician, Combs offered to listen to Plaintiff's music and expressed a willingness to help him advance his music career. Combs made statements such as, "I can make you a millionaire overnight, and I can change your life in a second." Combs specified that he would give Plaintiff $1 million for each song Plaintiff wrote for him. Plaintiff was excited for what felt like a tremendous opportunity, having direct connection to one of the most prominent and powerful figures in the music industry who was known. I may go back that far. Hold on. So it went too far now. Where we at? Okay, yeah, we change your life in seconds. Okay, and be known to have made an ordinary people into stars. Felt like an incredible stroke of luck and a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Plaintiff to achieve his dreams. Plaintiff hoped to impress Combs and earned a chance to become successful in the music industry. Combs asked Plaintiff for his phone number so that Combs could contact him directly. Plaintiff gave Combs his phone number. Combs fraudulently used Plaintiff's musical aspirations along with intimidation and covert drugging to obtain Plaintiff's compliance with Combs' sexual demands. See, this one sounds a lot more detailed. Right, music career like Brian Pumper, right? Exactly. Like, I mean, he already had the Lloyd Banks complex. He unfortunately already had the Lloyd Banks complex. So after Plaintiff provided Combs with his contact information, Combs invited him to meet on numerous occasions, offering to listen to his music. Believing that Combs would review his work, Plaintiff accepted these invitations and traveled to meet Combs in locations including Las Vegas, New York City, and LA and Miami. So all of his residence pretty much. Maintaining the appearance of professional interest, Combs purchased airline tickets and hotel accommodations for Plaintiff through his record company, Bad Boy Records. After Combs began to arrange their meetings directly rather than through Plaintiff's agencies, Combs' behavior shifted in the absence of an agency overseeing the transaction. So pretty much once he got close to him, he said, okay, now I can take advantage of this guy. He's not really letting people know that he's even doing anything with me. He's not snitching, this and the third. Let me try him at least. So when Plaintiff arrived to Combs' locations, which ranged from hotel rooms in various cities and to Combs' properties in various states, Combs regularly conducted a full-body pat-down and confiscated Plaintiff's phone when he arrived. Combs regularly had a firearm present either on his person or visible in the room. Plaintiff, aware that Combs had been involved in shooting and violent altercations in the past, felt deeply fearful of doing anything that could upset or anger Combs. Combs reinforced his fraudulent display or professionalism interest by setting up mobile studios and frequently playing his upcoming music releases for hours and showcasing his prominence in the music industry to the Plaintiff. So pretty much it was a pissing contest they pretty much had. So I have music that you want to hear, or I've got music that you've already heard before. I've got music you want to hear, I've got music that I've already heard. Let's see who lasts. At nearly every gathering, Combs issued grandiose promises of career instances to Plaintiff, boasting of his ability to make people millionaires and change lives. Change lives overnight. Combs even suggested that Plaintiff could become his manager and help them run Bad Boy Entertainment. At Combs' request, Plaintiff bought recordings of his music for Combs to listen to. However, each time Combs quickly shifted the conversation away from Plaintiff's music and directed Plaintiff to perform a strip show. Now, notice how they actually do that. So, as notice what it says. So Combs quickly shifted the conversation away from Plaintiff's music, right? Pretty much he knew already that he was going to, he knew that he wasn't going to ever do anything with his music. He pretty much was just trying to, again, sell him the hope and dream of having that. But really, I just want you to service me right now. I don't necessarily care about your hopes and dreams as much as I care about being serviced right now. Okay, so during the strip shows, there was usually a woman present with Combs. On some occasions, other men and women were also present. Now, see how detailed this also is again, because this is the same thing that Cassie represented. Cassie mentioned, as well as Little Rod has mentioned. Parts. They all have mentioned this. The same exact allegations of having the freak offs, if you will, and how they're actually described to have, sometimes it's men, sometimes it's women. Most of the time there's a woman there. Of course, his girlfriend is always there, but majority of the time it's the girlfriend and another person. It's never just a situation where it's just him and the other sex worker. So Combs typically required plaintiffs to get undressed and leave his clothes in another room. Combs then barricaded the participants inside the room where the strip show would take place by placing furniture and other objects in front of the door. Being physically confined in a room without his phone, clothes, or other belongings along with Combs, firearms serving as a visual reminder as he was armed, made plaintiff feel trapped, fearful as though he were not free to leave. So pretty much Combs was the one that had the gun, not putting it to the face, but he would let it out, letting people know that he had it and you didn't have anything at all. So another bit of flex of power again. Combs offered plaintiff beverages, which plaintiff sometimes consumed. Combs routinely asked plaintiff to apply baby oil to plaintiff's skin during the strip show. Following the application of the baby oil, plaintiff became drowsy, lethargic, weak, and numb, although plaintiff did not connect these effects with the baby oil until years later. So Combs frequently pushed plaintiff to apply more baby oil, saying things like, you're getting a little dull. Rub some more baby oil on yourself. If plaintiff refused to apply the baby oil, Combs became irate. On multiple occasions, Combs squirted large amounts of baby oil in plaintiff's skin, coating his skin so heavily that it dripped off of his body. Each time that the plaintiff applied the baby oil, he was overcome with the same drowsy, extremely tired sensation. Plaintiff felt his eyes become heavy, and when he looked in the mirror, his eyes appeared droopy. The overwhelming drowsiness caused him to fall asleep over unknown periods of time. Often he lay down on the couch, alternating between sleeping and waking. That's crazy. That's crazy. So the drug was pretty much an enhancer. The drug is pretty much an enhancer, but it was working backwards in a sense and making him very sleepy and weak. So after applying the baby oil, plaintiff became uncoordinated and confused. Plaintiff stumbled over furniture and objects and got lost when trying to find his way to and from the bathroom, and even once fell asleep in the bathroom. On one occasion, I don't mean to laugh, but on one occasion, Combs asked plaintiff to record sexual activity with the camera. I'm laughing because that's probably the safest place he could actually be, is just staying in the bathroom and locking the goddamn door and trying to, you can't call police, just try to escape out the window or something, just be out. Combs asked plaintiff record sexual activity with the camera, but plaintiff was unable to hold the camera straight without swaying his arm. When plaintiff was in this drowsy and confused state, Combs directed plaintiff to masturbate and to engage in sexual contact with the woman present, which included touching the woman's breasts and engaging in sexual intercourse with her. On some of these occasions, Combs placed his hand on plaintiff's penis, oh boy, and stroked plaintiff's penis, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Here we go, touching another boy. Oh, boy. Plaintiff tried to communicate at the outset of the meetings that his performances were limited to stripping and dancing, and that he was not willing to engage in sexual activity. Yet, plaintiff refused the beverages that Combs offered or hesitated to apply baby oil to his skin. Combs became enraged and screaming at plaintiff, throwing objects and clenching his fists as if about to strike plaintiff. On several occasions, plaintiff found his penis involuntarily erect even though he was not actually aroused. On these occasions, plaintiff noticed that his heart was beating quickly and he felt faint. Of course, that's from all the 2Cs taken. Plaintiff commented on what he was feeling, and Combs stated that he had he had to put Viagra in plaintiff's drink. Oh my goodness. To make plaintiff able to sexually perform, Combs produced a bag of light blue pills and showed them to plaintiff. Wrong move there. Wrong move there. So you showed them the dolphins. The pills, basically. So Combs also forced plaintiff to consume unknown substances when plaintiff was sitting or lying down and experiencing the aforementioned effects. After applying the baby oil, Combs frequently placed a pill in plaintiff's mouth and watched him to ensure he had swallowed it. That's crazy. Combs asked plaintiff to open his mouth and lift his tongue to ensure he had not hidden the pill. After ingesting the pills, the physical and physiological effects that plaintiff was experiencing intensified such the plaintiff could not fully control his body. Particularly, plaintiff's sense of tiredness, confusion, and lack of coordination was compounded with a heightened sense of numbness, and indifference. During most encounters, Combs demanded that plaintiff engage in sexual activity with the woman who was present. This included touching her breasts, vagina, and buttocks and engaging in vaginal intercourse. Combs often positioned his face directly between plaintiffs and the woman's genitals to closely monitor and ensure they were engaging in penetration. Often Combs demanded that the plaintiff ejaculate on the woman's body or in her mouth, causing plaintiff to feel deeply humiliated and degraded. So pretty much he's acting like a cuck, and he wanted to be treated like one too. Is what it sounds like. He really wanted to be treated like a cuck, and that was his fantasy. So on one of those occasions, plaintiff observed that Combs rubbed plaintiff's semen on the woman's body and then licked plaintiff's semen with his Oh, that's nasty. Oh, that's nasty. I'm not even going to repeat that one. Oh, that's nasty. Diddy, you nasty nigga. You nasty nigga, you. Occasionally, plaintiff and the woman expressed hesitation or appeared visibly uncomfortable with Combs' demands. Oh, my goodness, I bet. I understand. At any sign of hesitation or defiance, Combs became enraged. Combs screamed and cursed through objects at plaintiff, toppled furniture, and swung his fists at plaintiff as though to hit plaintiff. On several occasions when plaintiff did not comply with Combs' demands immediately, Combs forcibly grabbed plaintiff by the shaft or of his penis, causing him physical pain and forcing, that's rough, and forced plaintiff's penis into the woman's vagina. On some occasions, Combs touched and stroked plaintiff's penis. Nasty. Plaintiff's encounters with Combs lasted for extended periods of time, sometimes more than 18 hours at a time. Woo, that's some crazy ass amount of time. Despite plaintiff informing Combs that he charged a set hourly rate for his stripping engagements, Combs consistently underpaid plaintiff each time Combs invited plaintiff to meet under the guise of listening to his music. He instead required plaintiff to strip and engage in the sexual acts, subsequently paying plaintiff a sum of money that was substantially less than plaintiff's rate. Plaintiff often attempted to set time limits of the meetings and discuss payment, but Combs disregarded these conversations and made comments such as, aren't we friends now? On more than one occasion after awakening, plaintiff discovered that the semen was seeping out of his anus. What the fuck? The plaintiff believed that Combs had raped him, Combs was the only other male present in those occasions. On these occasions, Combs paid plaintiff a substantially larger sum of money, Prior to each occasion that plaintiff met Combs, plaintiff believed that he would be able to resist any sexual advances or requests that would arise. But each time after applying baby oil to his body, plaintiff found himself unable to summon the mental acuity or physical strength to resist Combs' demands. It was not until years later that plaintiff made the connection that Combs used baby oil to mentally and physically impair him, with the intention that plaintiffs submit to Combs' sexual demands. Yo, this is the nastiest nigga alive. The nastiest nigga alive. Combs recorded plaintiff engaging in sexual acts and threatened plaintiff as a means to exercise control of plaintiff. On one occasion, soon after Combs began arranging their meetings directly, plaintiff discovered a hidden camera in the room and became visibly agitated and distressed at the prospect of being recorded. Combs confirmed that he had previously recorded plaintiff engaging in sexual activity, that he maintained the videotapes, and that he would release the video and ruin plaintiff's reputation if plaintiff did not comply with his demands. Combs made statements such as, "I can change your life in a second and make you a millionaire overnight, but I have means and ways of taking care of things." Plaintiff understood Combs' threats to mean that if plaintiff angered or defied Combs, would not only withdraw his promised support of plaintiff's music career, but he would blackmail plaintiff with the sexually graphic videotapes. Let me move this over here because, real quick, so I definitely want to be able to we have it right here. I didn't mean to do that. There we go. So I definitely wanted to be able to see the chat. I couldn't see the chat while I was doing that. Straight from DC. What's going on? What's going on? All right, now we can see. Now I can see the chat. Now I can see the chat. Okay, so plaintiff understood Combs' threats to mean that if plaintiff angered or defied Combs, Combs would not only withdraw his promised support of plaintiff's music career, but he would blackmail plaintiff with the sexually graphic videotapes. Over the next several years, Combs and members of his team regularly reached out to plaintiff to set meetings. Sometimes days or weeks elapsed between meetings, while sometimes weeks or months would pass. Often Combs' requests to meet plaintiff coincided with Combs' appearance at major events such as performances, presentations, and award shows. He was stalking the man, damn. If plaintiff, that's almost like what he did with Justin Bieber. You've been trying to get in contact with my managers and everything like that, but you don't get in contact with me. If plaintiff ever declined to meet Combs, Combs then reached out to plaintiff directly, threatening him, making statements such as, "I can make you disappear and things aren't going to get better for you," and the threatening to release the videotapes of plaintiff, deeply afraid and believing that Combs would follow through on his threats. Plaintiff submitted to Combs' demands. In addition to hiring plaintiff to perform for him, Combs also insisted that plaintiff send Combs sexually explicit photos of plaintiff's penis. Afraid of the potential consequences of refusing, plaintiff complied. In or around 2010 now, after years of Combs instilling fear in plaintiff, Combs had no intention of supporting plaintiff's career. At this point, plaintiff realized he needed to find a way to escape Combs' manipulation and abuse. During the next 2 years, plaintiff made repeated attempts to distance himself from Combs. Each time they spoke on the phone, plaintiff experienced intense anxiety with his heart racing, yet Combs refused to accept no for an answer. Combs used threats to exert control, warning plaintiff, "You're not loyal. Who are you going to tell about all of this? Who are you going to tell about this? Who are you going to tell about this? Nobody. Don't forget, I have tapes of you." Plaintiff found himself trapped in an abusive cycle from which he felt he could not escape. Plaintiff's last encounter with Combs was in or around November 2012, close to the time that plaintiff got married. Plaintiff hoped that his marriage could serve as a boundary that Combs would respect, yet Combs continued to call persistently for months, pressuring plaintiffs to return. Since his last encounter with Combs, plaintiff has experienced a strong and unrelenting desire to come forward about Combs' abuse, but was deterred by fears that Combs would follow through with his threats to release the compromising videos of plaintiff and irreparably harm plaintiff's reputation. Worse, plaintiff feared that Combs and his agents or company's representatives could take steps to seriously harm plaintiff and his family, as Combs had repeatedly emphasized he was capable of willing to do. He told Little Rod that he kills his own mother or doesn't care if his mother dies. November 16, 2023, Cassie files the lawsuit against Combs. As more and more individuals filed a lawsuit, plaintiff gathered the courage, of course, to also do the same thing. October 3rd, an individual representing Combs reached out to plaintiff and insisted on personal sake. So now they're just going to read the different people here that reached out to him. Then, of course, you have the damages. During the times that plaintiff interacted with Combs, he experienced reoccurring and severe health issues, of course, particularly bouts of pneumonia that often arose shortly after these encounters. Now, see, the main thing that you have to underline here and highlight is this part right here, number 67. Okay, reason why is because it says during this time he experienced recurring severe health issues, particularly bouts of pneumonia that often arose shortly after these encounters. Now, who else died of pneumonia? I'm just saying, if we're talking about the same time frame that somebody was using that same lubricant inside, the same GHB laced baby oil, I think we definitely found how someone caught that pneumonia, didn't we? I'm just saying. Plaintiff frequently coughed up blood following these incidents, and on one occasion, a near-fatal bout of pneumonia required emergency hospitalization due to excessive bleeding into plaintiff's lungs, which led to respiratory failure. Plaintiff believes that these health issues were a result of being continuously drugged by Combs. Since ending contact with Combs, plaintiff has had no further episodes of pneumonia or coughing up blood. Since his traumatic experiences with Combs, plaintiff has been in a constant state of survival mode, tormented by the fear that Combs will follow through of his threats to harm him or release compromising videos. This dread, coupled with severe emotional and psychological trauma, has left plaintiff plagued by paranoia and haunted by painful memories he had tried to suppress, which brings overwhelming feeling of shame and embarrassment. This is similar to Q from Day 26. That's very similar to Q from Day 26. If you definitely want to know what that looks like or feels like, you ask or listen to that gentleman there and a couple other people. It's not a game. It's definitely not a game. So when things are just an overwhelming feeling of shame and embarrassment, that depression kicks in. That depression just definitely goes a long way there. So now we read the factual allegations and everything, the damages, of course. So you have the first cause of action here, and that's all this really is here. That's all this really is here. At the end of the day, it is just a huge allegation. It is nothing that is it's nothing that's sticking for the most part. Nothing at all that is sticking for the most part. And I don't know if there's anything that is in here that, besides it being very detailed and thorough out. someone really, what the law firm that wrote this was genius. I'll say that. There were no crazy typos or anything like that, like the other lawsuits that looked like they were rushed and just thrown together by any old body. This one was very detailed and thorough, and you can put yourself into different time frames that Diddy was in, of course, between 2007 and 2012, which era of the girlfriend we were actually in. All of these things line up with what Jonathan Oddie has said, Little Rod Jones has said, Cassie has said. So many other people have mentioned these same exact details word for word, and even describing the night that Cassie pretty much sounded like she was even involved in the nights that she was involved in. It sounded like this is the POV perspective of that sex worker that went missing recently also. So let's go with okay. All right, so looks like Jay withdrew the lawsuit also. Which I'll be honest, I was not expecting this part. I was not expecting that. I wasn't expecting yes, Irv Gotti has passed away. I guess some of y'all are just now getting that news, but yes, Irv Gotti has officially passed away at the age of 54. At the age of 54. I feel like there's a gematria in that because the 54. I feel like there's some type of gematria in there with the 54, and if you do duality of 45, yeah, there's something with that number. But I mean, I'll have to do that research in a different day. Yeah, so Jay-Z withdrew the lawsuit. Get that over on the right. Okay. All right, so Jay-Z withdraws call for sanctions against accuser's attorney. Says he withdrew his request for sanctions against the attorney representing the woman who accused him in Diddy of the rape. Just a brief letter to the judge did not include a reason for the withdrawal. We will write on the behalf of defendant Sean Carter to respectfully request that Mr. Carter's motion for sanctions pursuant to federal rule of civil procedure 11 be withdrawn at this time. Without prejudice, we have discussed this matter with the counsel for plaintiff who consents to this submission and agrees the withdrawals is without prejudice. The letter from Captain that Carter's attorney, Alex Spiro, said. So definitely be using a little bit. Okay. Oh, I did see that here. Okay, the letter from Carter's attorney, Alex Spiro. So okay. So pretty much what that means is it doesn't mean that the case is being thrown out or his part of the case is being thrown out. It just means that he's willing to let the judge and jury pretty much decide what's going to happen to him. Of course, but Jay's one of those people that will eventually let, if karma comes around the bend for him, we shall see. We shall see there. Okay, so who's next? Because like I said, that was just quick. I saw that earlier, and I was like, let me just knock that on out real quick because, like I said, it's not necessarily a big win for Jay as much as it is a bigger win for the law firms that, Jay might try to say, hey, that doesn't make sense, or try to get dismissed and all those other things. So we shall see now. Okay, so I think we damn near hit everything. I think we damn near hit everything. Let me see. Yeah, we pretty much hit everything. I was going to cover these tariffs, but I think we can end it off here. 4.5, and I got to go to work another 4 hours. Yeah, we can end it off here. I got to go to work in less than 4 or 5 hours. We can end it off here. Tonight was fun. I'm glad my mic back working. I'm glad even more my mic back working. So shout out to everybody that was tuning in tonight. Rest in peace once again to Irv Gotti, dying at the age of 54 this evening. My condolences once again to his family. Shout out to Kamikaze, Kim Crawford, straight from DC, Fury B, the homie, New Eyes, Medusa. Thank you so much for always moderating the chat. You and Fury B, love y'all. God bless y'all. Love y'all for real. Who else is up in here? Lulu. I saw baby Juju up in here. TG. Okay, Big Money. Yes, Fury B, the homie. Let's see. Who else we got up in here? I know it wasn't it's always the same usual suspect. Icon Vani. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for all you do and being up in here as well. Let me see. Okay. All right. I think that was everybody there. I think we got everybody. I just like to scroll up and down and make sure we get everybody at once. All right. Oh, Madman 90. I knew it was somebody I forgot. Shout out to the homie Madman 90. Shout out to TG. I think we got everybody. Big money. Yes, I'm going to try. But as we started off the show, so I don't know if y'all realize what I was playing earlier, but that was this lady playing Ice Ice Baby driving by ICE protesters. It was just the trolling upon trolling. Like you don't get no more. You don't get no more violating than that. That's just violation. Wait, why don't I got no volume? Oh. No, I ain't got no volume.
I'll solve it. Check out the hook while my DJ revolves it.
People, y'all. Till next time, I'll tell you. God bless.
Yeah.
God bless America.
We invite you
Till
to
next time, y'all.
something epic, you know? Where we hustle out of a sense of hopelessness, sort of a desperation. Through that desperation, we come addicted, sort of like the fiends we accustomed to serving. Where we feel we have nothing to lose, so we offer you, we offer our lives. What do you bring to the table? I'm watching every nigga watching me closely. My shit is butter for the bread, they wanna toast me. I keep my head, both of them where they supposed to be. Holes that get you sidetracked and clap from close feet. I don't sleep, I'm tired, I feel wired like codeine. These days a rubber gotta admire me from 4 fiends away. My pain when shit was quick to see. From selling cane to brains was fried to a fricassee. Can't lie, at the time it never bothered me. At the bar getting my dog on properly. My squad and me lack of respect for authority. Laughing hard, happy to be escaping poverty. However brief, I know this game got valleys and peaks. Expectation for dips, for precipitation, we stack chips hardly. The youth I used to be, soon to see a million, no more. Big Willie, my game is grown, prefer you call me William. Illin' for revenues, grateful lemon like Channel 7 News. Round 7 Jews, head dead in the mic, forgetting all I ever knew. Convenient amnesia, I suggest you call my lawyer. I know the procedure. Lock my body, can't trap my mind easily. Explain why we adapt to crime. I'd rather die enormous than live dormant. That's how we own it. Live at the main event. I better trip them now. We own it. Presidential suites, my residential for the weekend. Confidentially speaking in code since I sent you beacon. The NXS rental. Don't be fooled, my game is mental. We both out of town, dawg. What you trying to get into? Viva, Las Vegas, see ya later at the crab tables. Meet me by the one that starts a G-up. This way no fraud willies present, gambling they re-up. And we can have a pleasant time sipping margaritas. Can I live?
What you talking about?
Can I live?
What you talking about?
My mind is infested with sick thoughts that circle like a Lexus. If driven wrong, it's sure to hurt you. Dual level like duplexes. In unity, my crew and me commit atrocities like we got immunity. You guessed it, manifested intangible goods. We don't lease, we buy the whole car.
See, little shit like that lets me further know what it is you really do.
A bullshit.